Testing, 1 2 1 2.
Yeah, I know, but I think he's.
It's right here. I knew where it was.
Orange County?
Yeah. It's usually out, but it's, you know,
It's Irving? Okay, I'm scared of your east. Gotcha.
One, two, there it is. Okay, we can start. All right, let's begin. So we're gonna try to make 5 o'clock conclusion here today, and we have a lot to get through. As always, we will begin our meeting with a moment of silence, honoring the officers who have lost their lives in the line of duty since our last meeting. On Saturday, LA County Sheriff's Deputy Ryan Klinkenbrummer was shot and killed near the Palmdale Sheriff's Station. And in July, LA County Sheriff's Deputy Alejandro Martinez died of injuries suffered last year. Let us observe a moment of silence for these deputies. Thank you. And so we'll begin. One kind of housekeeping mention. Starting with a new AV system. We're being recorded visually and auditorily. And the mics now turn on by themselves, so you don't have to push the button. Downside of that is they will turn on as you're whispering to each other or whatever else you're doing. So if you're gonna have off mic conversation, back it off a little bit or something, because it will pick you up and will turn on automatically. So please be aware of that. Mr. Knapp, would you like to call the roll, please?
Yes, sir. Good morning, everybody. Okay, Commissioner Barcelona.
Here.
Commissioner Braun.
Here.
Commissioner Brazil.
Here.
Commissioner Cooper.
Here.
Commissioner Yule.
Present.
Commissioner Gordon. Here. Commissioner Long.
Here.
Commissioner Marsh.
Here.
Commissioner Nieto.
How's that?
Commissioner Rodriguez. Commissioner Schmidt.
Here.
Thank you. And I would just like to briefly introduce to my left, Post Chief Counsel, William Toby Darden, and to my right, Post Executive Director, Manny Alvarez. We now have the privilege of opening our meeting today with a special presentation by Professor Jack Glazer of Berkeley Goldman School of Public Policy. Commissioner Lamont Ewell will introduce Professor Glazer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And again, before I begin, let me apologize for being late. I do have the distinct honor of introducing our special guest. And I should let you all know that he changed his schedule so that he can be here with us today. So that in and of itself should give us a great deal of appreciation for him. Dr. Glazer has been professor and associate dean at Goldman School of Public Policy at UC Berkeley for the last decade. He has a PhD in psychology from Yale University, and his primary research interests include prejudice, stereotyping, discrimination, racial profiling, criminal justice decision-making, and non-conscious effect and cognition. Among his many related activities, the professor has served as an expert for California Department of Justice on stop data. He serves as an expert advisor to Governor Newsom on police use of force. And he was an expert for the plaintiffs in the New York City stop and frisk case, Remedy Phase. He's author of numerous publications, including Suspect Race, Causes and Consequences of Racial Profiling. It is therefore with a great deal of honor that I introduce to some and present to others, Dr. Glazer.
Oh, yeah, it really does go on when you talk, so that's good. So I had first of all, thank you for having me, and I'm very honored to be able to speak to you today. I had the pleasure of joining you at the Museum of Tolerance earlier this morning, just now, and I changed the things that I wanted to say many times during the course of that tour, because activated a lot of important thoughts for me about the history of humankind and where we stand today in that moment in history. And I was going to say a little bit more about my own background, although that introduction was very thorough, and thank you. But if you'll indulge me, I'm going to go a little bit farther back in my personal history than I had planned to. I was going to start with my academic history, but I do want to say that I can't not say after visiting the museum that my mother was a Holocaust survivor and that her parents were killed in Auschwitz. And she was one of the lucky ones who was able to emigrate and ended up in San Francisco in 1940. And my father, who was a Bostonian who went off to fight in the war as a very young man and was injured repeatedly, he ended up going to UCLA because his doctor said he needed to go to a warm climate because of the frostbite that he had suffered. And then he migrated up to San Francisco to go to USF Law School. But while he was in San Francisco, he became very close with and enamored of a Black Baptist theologian named Howard Thurman. And they became very close, and my father wanted to follow Howard. And Howard told him, "You're a Jew and you should become a rabbi." And so he did. But he proceeded to pursue justice at every opportunity. And after he passed away, and after my mother passed away, we were going through their papers, and I found a note from Howard Thurman to my dad that was dated around 1951 or so. And it essentially said, this idea of you going into the rabbinate and pursuing social justice for all kinds of groups from that position, it makes sense and you're the guy to do it. And my siblings and I had thought that it was all just a bunch of turns of luck along the way, that he had met Cesar Chavez and Martin Luther King and worked with them and the Dalai Lama. He was kind of like a Rabbi Forrest Gump, like he was always in meeting with these people and in pictures with people that you wouldn't imagine. And he proceeded to really pursue and to achieve justice for a lot of groups. And a lot of that was inspired by my mother's history. And she, of course, was the woman behind the man. And so I, turning to my history, and I'll try to keep this brief, I went to graduate school to study prejudice and discrimination. And I had discovered social psychology as a field. And even though I had earlier wanted to be a civil rights attorney, I got discouraged from doing that in a number of ways. But I discovered social psychology as a way to, with very deep theory and very strong experimental empirics, to be able to understand how individuals perpetrate acts of discrimination against others. And in fact, I also want to just detour for a moment to point out that in the wake of seeing the Museum of Tolerance and seeing the history of the Holocaust, one of the early and most profound contributions of the field of social psychology was the work by Stanley Milgram that you may have heard about. Milgram is the guy who did the experiments at Yale, where he had people come into the lab and think they were being randomly assigned to either be a teacher or a learner. But really the experimental subjects were all being assigned to be the teacher, and a Confederate in the experiment was being assigned not randomly to be the learner. And the teachers in the experiment were supposed to ask the learner question. The learner was on the other side of a wall, and they saw that person being hooked up to electrodes. And they were told, this is an experiment on how human learning works. And they said, you ask them a question. If they get the answer wrong, you have to administer a shock. And with each subsequent wrong answer, they were supposed to increase the intensity of the shock. So they went up a panel. They were flipping a switch down on the lower end, and then it kept going up. And when Milgram asked his colleagues in the psychiatry program at Yale what percent of people they thought would go to a level of shock in this experiment that would cause extreme pain and potentially be life-threatening, they said, most of them said about 5% maybe, that the deviants would do that. But in the end, it was about 65% who administered shock, hearing the other person screaming on the other side. There's film evidence of this. Sometimes the teachers in this experiment were crying while they were doing this, but they would hear the other person, then they'd hear the person say, my heart, I can't take it. They'd hear them pass out, but they would continue. And when Milgram wrote this up in the book, he called it obedience to authority, because he found that what was largely driving this was having a person in a white lab coat standing there and saying, the experiment must continue. Not you won't get paid, not you'll get in trouble, just the experiment must continue. And when they varied that, they found much lower rates of this kind of what we might call sadistic behavior. And part of that one of the reasons why that research was so important was that it showed that the Holocaust could essentially happen anywhere, that it was not an inherently German thing. That was what psychologists were arguing, that there was a specific authoritarian personality that was unique to Germany, and it was about strict parenting and things like that. And there's some evidence of that as well. But what Milgram showed very compellingly over a series of experiments was that we're all vulnerable to doing things that we wouldn't imagine that we would do or that others would do. But under the right circumstances, we can do that. And that really struck me. So I was inspired by social psychology, and especially by the careful experimental methods that were being used to learn about how people form stereotypes and prejudices and how that gives rise to discriminatory behavior. And then for about 5 years in grad school, I became a really nerdy bench scientist who was running lots of experiments using computers and having people react to words and images that they saw, and measuring how fast they did that and making inferences about their implicit biases. So I've actually been studying implicit bias, which I will be talking about a fair amount today, for over a quarter century myself. And I value that research tremendously, and I will talk about it. But one of the things I'm discovering as a professor of public policy, working with government agencies and with people in the heart of those agencies, is that these individual biases, as problematic as they are, probably pale in comparison to the influence of structural and systemic biases that give rise to the disparities that we see not only in law enforcement, but in education and healthcare and insurance and other domains. And so I now, when I talk about this subject, I try to put it in a bigger historical context. And I've been asked to talk about the history of policing. I'm not an expert on the history of policing. I've encountered discourse on it a fair amount. And I now have had the privilege of supervising a doctoral dissertation on the subject by my now PhD student, Perfecta Oxholm, who I think it would be wonderful if you heard from her someday. And so I will do my best to incorporate my understanding, my limited understanding of the history of policing in America, but in the service of creating a context for the contemporary challenges that we face with respect to understanding why we have these persistent racial disparities, not just in who is stopped, but for me, most compellingly, the racial disparities in the outcomes of searches that occur. And the typical finding, and we see it now in the RIPA data, is that whites who are searched by the police are much more likely to be found in possession of contraband and weapons. And that's a very compelling piece of evidence suggesting that there is some bias operating in the decisions of officers about who to stop and surveil and search. And so I'll talk a bit about that. And then I'll turn to, and actually if my slides could get put up, that would be great. Thank you. And just, I guess I have some modicum of control here if this works. No, this is not working. Where should I be pointing this? I always want to point it at the screen, but it's actually not the screen where this. Okay, great. Seems to be responding to my behavior. We have the exact same one in the classroom I teach in twice a week, and so let's see if the laser pointer, when the batteries die, the laser goes first, but the slide advancing tends to persist. Okay, so one more little bit of personal history is that after being this nerdy implicit bias researcher for 5 or so years, and actually more into my postdoctoral research, I was reading an article in the New Republic by Randall Kennedy, who's a very prominent constitutional law professor at Harvard. He was arguing against racial profiling. This is 1999. So this is pre 9/11, and it's during the period of awakening in America about racial profiling. There have been revelations out of New Jersey about explicit profiles that are being issued and the like. And I'm reading the article, and Kennedy is arguing against profiling appropriately on constitutional grounds, that it violates the 4th and 14th Amendments, particularly the 14th. But what I notice in his language is that he seems to be conceding that it's rational and it's efficient and it's effective. And my background, having studied stereotyping in particular, was that you can't really know, because you don't know how much of the decision-making process is based on differential behavior or stereotypes that cause people to make inferences about what's causing others' behaviors. And if profiling is happening, then by profiling, I mean police stopping people, at least in part based on their race or ethnicity, or in the case of legislation, national origin as well. If they're doing that, then we can't treat the results of that as random experimental data. If police are doing that, then they're going to be skewing the outcomes. If all else being equal, whether or not the offending rates differ, if all else being equal, police are more likely to surveil, stop, and search young Black men, which is what the New York data and the RIPA data and other statewide data, other data from other states are telling us, then the natural mathematical consequence of that is that the average offender within the targeted community will have a higher likelihood of being apprehended. And that's going to skew the statistics, which then feed the stereotype. So that was just my initial simplistic insight at the time. And I proceeded to try to study that, and found out in 1999 that there were no good data available to study that. And so I ended up running simulations and have since been working with the Center for Policing Equity to build a national database called the National Justice Database. And then have been, very pleased to see RIPA implemented. But, at the same time, recognizing the limitations of the RIPA data. So that's enough about me. What do you think about me? Sorry, old joke. So I'm a Jewish comedian by nature. With respect to the historical context of policing in America, again, I'm not an expert on this, but I think it's imperative that we think about it when we talk about issues like racial disparities in stops today and the implicit biases that partially cause those, likely partially cause those. And what I've learned from supervising this particular dissertation is that the origins of policing in America are very temporally determined and very geographically determined. And so probably all of you have heard about how there are origins in the Southeast of America in slave patrols. And that's not just that they were an inspiration, but there was an evolution from slave patrols into formalized policing in the Southeast. But going back to the earlier period of the colonial period, some of the origins of what we see as policing today were in the form of rangers. So people who were protecting the perimeters of colonies, but also expanding the colonies and literally exterminating native populations in order to make room and to avoid competition for the colonists. And we have rangers in California as well, resulting from acquisition of land from Mexico that in turn, had native populations that were inhibiting the manifest destiny of the white settlers. And so these are origins. And as to whether or not we can draw a through line from those initial origins, and of course, there are other origins like town criers and night watches and marshals and all kinds of things that were influential, that probably led to a more race neutral kind of policing, which we also see today in some instances. But whether or not we can draw a through line from those origins to what we see today is something that has yet to be empirically demonstrated. And I'm actually really interested in pursuing that empirical demonstration. That would look something like examining geographical and temporal variation in the types of organizations and institutions like slave patrols that were operating, and seeing whether they that geographical variation corresponds to any kinds of geographical contemporary variation in kinds of policing practices and outcomes that we see today. And there are some precedent for that for research on the Great Migration, showing that different patterns of oppression in the South and the patterns of migration that you can predict cultural outcomes and economic outcomes in the migrated populations based on their experiences prior to the Great Migration. So I'm interested in pursuing that kind of work. At this stage, it's really more metaphor. It's more, we know that that slave patrols and rangers carrying out extermination happened, and that there was the historical qualitative analysis shows that those institutions were directly linked to policing institutions as they evolved over time. And the question is, how, if and how that sustained to contemporary policing through the various eras of policing, through professionalism, through community policing, through what we're probably in now data-driven policing. And that's an empirical question. But I think what's important about the context of it is that, or what's important about it as context, is that from the perspective of the policed communities, and in particular, African-American communities, my view is that the burden of proof is on us, is on the rest of us, if at all possible. And I don't know that this is even a burden of proof that we should try to meet, because I'm not sure what the answer is, but the burden of proof is on demonstrating that slave patrols and rangers didn't have an influence on what we see today, because the data are telling us today that there are still racial disparities in policing that cannot be explained by racial differences in rates of offending. And they can't even be explained in terms of racial differences in economic opportunity and education and the like. And so that historical context is critical. And there are departments who acknowledge it. And the training I've seen, the video training for Oakland, has a very explicit acknowledgement of the racist history of policing. And there was movement by David Kennedy to promote a reconciliation program, and some departments have adopted that. But a lot of that, I think, takes the form of apologizing for things that happened in the past and an insufficient acknowledgement of the potential legacy of them to the present. I'm not claiming to have the answers. I'm aspiring to do the research that will do a better job of connecting the dots. But I think that in terms of, given the dramatic racial disparities we see now, and given that history, I don't think anybody is well served by being dismissive of that history and the potential causal effect that it's had on contemporary policing. So that's about as much as I feel qualified to say about the history of policing. And I want to turn to the area that I know much better, both in terms of the underlying science, but also in terms of the application to contemporary policing, which is with respect to bias, and particularly implicit bias. And That said, I, I want to make sure that I'm contributing as much of value as possible today. So I do want to encourage you to ask questions along the way. Because I have lots of slides that I want to get through and I think they're all very good and important, but I find that, and this is one of the points of my research, is that just talking to people or at people about these things doesn't affect change. Having conversations affects change, and then practicing new behaviors affects change. And so I invite you to, pepper me with questions, be they questions of clarification or challenging assumptions or whatever that might be. And I know that I only have another 25 minutes or so, but we'll see how far we get. So I'm going to argue to you that implicit bias is real, and the evidence is overwhelming for that. And more importantly, that it's not just a construct or a cognitive phenomenon that exists inside our heads. It affects our behavior, and it affects behavior on the macro level. And nevertheless, it's been shown that implicit biases, the most common of which that we tend to hear about, and the one that's most commonly measured, is the black-white good-bad association, the anti-black prejudice implicit bias. What we know from rigorous research is that they're very difficult to change. And that's consistent with the cognitive science behind what they are, which is that these are memories. These are stored mental associations that we have stored over a period of years, and that have high rates of redundancy, and that and that they serve, like other implicit memory processing, they serve an adaptive function. They enable us to make rapid judgments about things without having to think consciously about all of the relevant information that we've got stored in our memories. But because they serve that adaptive function, they're resistant to change. They're not going to just fluctuate on a whim. And so they are difficult to change. Very concerted efforts to change them have shown any changes that occur to be very fleeting, and I'll briefly describe some of that work. And then specifically trainings that have been developed for law enforcement and in other industries to address implicit bias have not been shown to affect behavior in the field. And that is now not just an absence of evidence, but it's an evidence of absence. And I'll talk a little bit about the study out of New York and a more recent study as well. Although I do have to say there's a newer study that's not yet published that suggests that there is an approach that might have some kind of at least temporary effect on policing behavior in the field. What I'm going to emphasize, and you can tell me to hurry through this if you prefer, but this is kind of my hobby horse at this point, which is that in the absence of having effective measures for either reducing implicit bias or interrupting its effects in any reliable sort of way, what makes a lot of sense is to address the kinds of practices that are most vulnerable to implicit bias. And there, theoretically, from the psychological science, and by the way, I recognize that PhDs got called out during the museum tour today, and I took that to heart. I have no claim on the truth, but I do make an effort to do careful science and to try to apply it to the real world in a responsible way. But I certainly don't have all the answers, and I'm certainly not immune to my own biases. And in fact, that's in a way a perverse sort of advantage that I have in studying prejudice and discrimination, which is that as a white man, I have a lot of advantage, and I have a lot of stereotypes about others, including my own groups. And so I study this stuff from the perspective typically of the prejudiced person. And a lot of it resonates with my own personal experience. There's a famous quote from Jesse Jackson from around 1993, where he said that I should have had a slide for this, but he said that, the most painful thing for him is when he's walking down the street at night in Detroit and he hears footsteps behind him and he turns around and sees a white person and he's relieved. And so, even Jesse Jackson, maybe the leading civil rights leader of our time, had the courage and the insight and introspection to be able to acknowledge that he has those stereotypes too. And I certainly do. I'm not immune in any way. And so one of the conclusions I'm coming to is that there are certain things we need to be thinking about the vulnerabilities to the influence of bias. And one of them, and this is quite prevalent in policing, is the high degree of discretion that decision makers have. And in the case of street policing, that's the decision about who to surveil, who to stop, who to question, who to search, and then whether or not to use force, et cetera. Although in the case of using force, I think things get much more emotionally fraught, and there's less opportunity for intervention, sadly. And then I'll show you some data showing that when we rein in discretion in a reasonable sort of way, you can't just eliminate it. But when we rein it in, we see real reductions in disparities. And those are compelling findings because they are reductions in the disparities of these search yield rates, which in my view is sort of current gold standard for making a strong inference of bias if you see differential search yield rates. So let me dive in. And touching my computer has no effect on those slides over there. So just very briefly on the science, and ordinarily if I give a presentation like this, I'll have a lot more on the science, but I want to get down to the implications faster, but I will have a little more science after this slide. But let me just say that there are now thousands of studies that have looked at implicit bias, typically using something called the implicit association test, which was developed by my mentor and her mentor, my grand mentor, sometimes my tour mentor. And they, this is Banaji and Greenwald. They've developed this procedure, but there are other methods as well. But the implicit association test, the IAT, is very replicable. A lot of people can use it. And it's also, there's lots of nice code on the web for people to download and run it themselves. But they also have something called Project Implicit, which is a website that administers these tests to volunteers who can choose to let their data be used or not. And they've now had literally millions of people come and do the implicit association test. And I think maybe 1 million or so alone who have done the black, white, good, bad association test. And then along with that, there's all of this research that has looked at what we would call the psychometric properties of these measures of implicit bias, the extent to which they have internal validity and they are reliable over time and they predict criterion variables that you would expect them to predict. And it's pretty good. I mean, given that these measures involve having people react to 80 different words or images as they appear one at a time on the screen, and their reactions are hitting a button to categorize the thing as a black face or a white face or a positive word or a negative word. Given that we're making an inference about the strength of this person's implicit bias based on how fast their fingers represent their neurological response to a visual stimulus, that's a really noisy behavior. I mean, that's a really noisy measure. It's not like giving somebody a questionnaire measure and then giving them the same questionnaire measure 2 days later and you'd expect them to correlate strongly. Well, these measures correlate from time 1 to time 2, and they correlate with explicit measures, questionnaire measures. And now the research is showing that they correlate with actual behaviors in the real world. The effects are small, partly because of all the measurement error of the noisiness of the measures, but also because somebody's implicit association between this group and that characteristic is only going to capture part of how they respond to a person from that group. Another lesson of social psychology is that most of our behavior is determined by our situations and the roles that we play within those situations. And so it's not really the case that you could explain all of human behavior with, millisecond response times to visual stimuli. So there's that. But even people, as I note on the slide, even people who are very hostile to the idea initially hostile to the idea of implicit bias, then hostile to the idea that it was related to anything important. Even that small group of researchers have meta-analyzed. They have drawn together many studies that they could identify and calculated the average effect of implicit bias as it relates to explicit bias and as it relates to behavior. And they find those effects to be real. They are small, but they're real, and small effects can accumulate and compound over time. So if you think about it this way, if you're an individual and a small effect would be a 10% greater likelihood of being stopped, if all else being equal. Well, in one instance, that's fine, but if that's a daily occurrence, that's going to accumulate and change your life. And so it's now been shown, and this is just a sampling of a growing body of research studies, that measures of implicit bias are related to actual employment discrimination in terms of, human resources managers calling people in for interviews as a function, in this case of this Ruth study done in Sweden, as a function of whether the name at the top of a resume is a Swedish ethnic name or an Arab ethnic name. But a substantial effect showing that the people who had the more anti-Arab implicit bias were less likely to call in people with Arab names for interviews. That's just one example, but it's been shown in voting, in actual criminal offending, in suicidality. My own research has shown it in simulations of use of force. And then I just want to highlight one study that I think is especially compelling on medical decisions. Someone could just advance the slide for me. It's not working. I'm glad to see that UC Berkeley is not the only place with tech challenges. I face these almost every day. So, so this study done by Alexander Green and a bunch of colleagues, because it's a medical journal paper, so there are lots of authors, but some of them are social psychologists. What they did was to give doctors a black-white. They gave them multiple implicit association tests, but they gave them a black patient, white patient, a black-white generic, good, bad implicit association test. And they calculated for each of these were medical residents on a cardiac rotation. And they calculated for each one of them an index of how biased they are. And by the way, I should have said already, because these measures are so noisy, as I articulated before, nobody responsible in my field is advocating that they be used as a diagnostic tool at the individual level. They shouldn't be used to determine whether somebody should be hired or disciplined or anything like that. But they're quite effective at the aggregate level when you have a large statistical sample. So as was the case in this experiment, not a particularly large sample, but a pretty good sample size. They had these doctors do this, they measured and they created an index for each doctor of how strongly they associate blacks with bad and whites with good. And then they had them read I can't remember what they call it in medicine, but like I keep want to say charging sheet, but a medical record of a patient presenting with symptoms of hypertension, where probably the appropriate treatment is I don't know what this is, but it's called thrombolysis. And they manipulate only, everybody sees the same patient description, but they manipulate whether the patient is white or black. And what they find is that you can see that the doctors who were given a white patient, the stronger their implicit bias against blacks and pro-white, the more likely they were to recommend the treatment, the appropriate treatment. And for doctors given a black patient, the stronger their anti-black implicit bias, the less likely they were to recommend the appropriate treatment. You might also notice that if you look at the middle of these lines, that overall black patients are more likely to get the treatment, and that's a separate issue. The point being that the implicit bias within the individual doctor can drive that decision above and beyond whatever other considerations they might be doing, including racial differences in base rates of hypertension or something like that. Fine, advance. Okay, thank you. You are very likely familiar with Jennifer Eberhardt's research. She's a colleague of mine at Stanford University. It's okay to say nice things about people at Stanford, even if you're at Berkeley, but Jennifer and Phil Goff, who is the CEO of the Center for Policing Equity currently, and a professor at Yale now. They did some really elegant and powerful research. Can we advance this? Oh, there we go. Okay. And this research involved, and I'm not going to get into the details too much here, but this research it involves measuring and demonstrating that people, college undergraduates and police officers as well, when given an ambiguous image and asked to identify it as a crime-related object or not, that if they are subliminally exposed to a black face, meaning the face appears so rapidly that they have no conscious awareness of seeing it, versus a white face versus a race-neutral object, when exposed to black faces, they are faster to identify crime-related objects as they become disambiguated. These are just 3 frames of 41 frames of an image of a revolver, but there are other images as well. And what that shows is that these students and officers and others who have been in experiments like this, they have that implicit stereotype that links Black people with crime. And it will cause them to respond to an ambiguous stimulus in a way that's consistent with that stereotype, which you could imagine driving all kinds of behavior, like seeing a suspicious bulge and wondering if it's a gun or not. And that kind of high discretion decision would be important. They also show in the same paper that officers who are subliminally exposed to crime-related objects, then when presented with a screen that has a Black person's face and a white person's face on it, that their eye gaze goes to the Black person's face when they've been exposed to a crime-related object as opposed to white. So thinking about Black people causes them to think about crime, and thinking about crime causes them to look at Black people. These are implicit biases. They operate automatically. They are memories that we have stored deeply, and they can be activated with the merest activation, including subliminal images that we don't even know we're seeing. And so they make us vulnerable. And I assure you, if I did that task, I would do the same thing. And they make us vulnerable to making biased judgments about individuals. I'll just briefly mention that Joshua Carell and many other people have employed something called the shooter task, which involves having people make decisions about whether or not to shoot an individual. And it's varied whether the individual in the image is holding a gun or a harmless object, and whether he's Black or white. And the typical findings, including with police officers, is that people are faster to shoot the armed Blacks than the armed whites, and faster to do the not shoot response for the unarmed whites than the unarmed Blacks. And in some experiments, people are also, when there's enough time pressure, people are also more likely to make the error of shooting unarmed Blacks than shooting unarmed whites. Although I will say in several experiments with police officers, police show less of a tendency to make that error, which is encouraging. And then, as I mentioned before, there's lots of research now on looking at the racial distribution of search yield rates. Typically, those studies have found, and in my own research, we've consistently found that all else being equal, Blacks who are searched are less likely to be found in possession of criminal evidence. So let me turn to something else. I'm going to just skip over that. With respect to reducing implicit bias, there have now been some very concerted and systematic and rigorous efforts. And one of them is by Calvin Lai and many colleagues. And I mention his name in particular because he's also now the lead investigator on a study that has looked at implicit bias training for police in particular. Calvin is my intellectual nephew. He's one of my intellectual siblings, grad students, but now he's a force in his own right. And he got together researchers from all over North America and had different, and I apologize for the small font there, but I'll just describe what that graph says. He had them, he had each of these many labs, and it's called a many lab study, try out different methods that had been put forward as potentially effective ways to reduce implicit bias. And they looked specifically at the black, white, good, bad association bias. And he had these many labs try these out, and each method was tested by at least 3 different labs. So this is relatively more coordinated, systematic, and robust than most research. Many research studies just involve like one attempt to do something and showing that it works or it doesn't. And what those black dots, they look like the spacecraft from Star Wars, but they're not. But those are the dots represent the central tendency, the mean effect, and the error bars represent the 95% confidence interval. And what those are showing, the black dots show that these 9 out of 18 things that were tried did reduce implicit bias. So the movement from the left margin to the right is representing statistically significant reductions in implicit bias. None of them eliminated implicit bias completely, but these 9 reduced it. And nevertheless, what the white dots show you is what you see when you measure it 24 hours later. And so this is entirely consistent with the cognitive science on this, which is that you can get people to try something new. And some of these things are promising, like thinking about counter stereotypical exemplars, thinking about somebody who violates the stereotype. And then, you see a reduction, but without that specific instruction and that motive to perform differently in a particular strategy, you go right back to baseline. So this and other research indicates that it's very difficult to reduce implicit bias in any sort of lasting way. And with respect to implicit bias training, you may be aware the industry leader is fair and impartial policing. This was implemented department-wide in New York City. What I'm going to show you here is that this is sort of the money shot in terms of that study. The green line represents the bridge between, or the barrier between the before the training and after the training. The training was carried out in 2017 and 2018. And so by 2019, all the officers had been trained. And this is New York, so this is a lot of money because it's several $1,000s per officer. And what we see in New York is if you compare the racial distribution of stops, frisks, searches, and use of force to the pre-training and post-training. And by the way, this was staggered. This is a reasonably good experimental design. And we, as one of the plaintiff's experts, I was among those pushing hard to make this research design very rigorous so that we could have something conclusive to say. And so some of these officers who are pre versus post, they did that at different times. And so it's not confounded by some particular historical event. And there was a lot going on in 2018 and 2019. But what we see is, and I'll just describe it for those who can't squint as hard as I can, that for stops, the percent of those who were stopped who were Black actually went up slightly from pre to post training. The percent also true for frisks. I've been pushing this a lot, so suddenly it's going to all of a sudden a bunch of lines are going to appear. And then among those who are searched, the percent who are Black goes up. And these increases, I'm not going to make a lot of hay about these increases because they're small, but the prediction was that they would go down. And instead they're at best flat and slightly going up. True for use of force, actually more dramatic than the others for use of force. And then we see pretty much flat lines for arrests, which of course are more conditional upon finding evidence of crime. And there was one more, and force in arrests. But again, even in those cases, they're pretty much flat. So that's the industry leader. And those are the results that we see. Yeah.
Can you go back, Jack? real
Yeah,
quick?
sure. I didn't mean to go ahead. Oh,
Well, the difference in summons and arrests, the gross numbers, you got
right,
the 38,000 down to 27,000 in summons,
right. So
and then the arrest is similar. Is that what How do you speak to that?
Well, you're looking at the numbers, which are declining overall, because this is post-Floyd New York stop and frisk. So the numbers are coming down, but if you look at among those who are stopped, the shares is what we're interested in. But that is an important point because, and this is partly to my final point, which is that I don't think these data are a complete indictment of this training. It's certainly not encouraging, but this is taking place in the period after there's been dramatic reduction in stop and frisk in New York City. So they've gone from 687,000 stops a year in 2011 down to under 20,000 a year by 2017. So there's less room. There's a lot less discretion in these stops, and there's less room for bias. And so one could argue that there's a floor effect here, and you see that in the raw numbers going down. But in terms of the proportions, we don't see any improvement there.
What does that indicate? There's been no real change in what you might just call hassling, but there has been apparently a change in the ultimate outcome in terms of arrests and summonses.
I think I would flip that. I would say that there's been a change, there's a reduction of hassling. There are fewer stops overall, or at least fewer recorded stops. And I think there are fewer stops. Although there is now evidence from the Monders statisticians that there's a fair amount of underreporting going on, but I think there was before too. And so really, I think what you're seeing is that just fewer stops, which means, and among those that are happening, as you'll see in some other data that I'm going to show, the yield rates have improved. And maybe I should just move on to that, but quickly and I know I'm over time, so should I just kind of wrap it up, or you had said earlier that we might be able to go over a bit. Should I keep going?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, so maybe we just shoot for 12:30 to be done, Jack. Does that work?
Oh, I can definitely be done by 12:30. So this is a very strange data visualization, but I clipped it right out of the article, but this is by the same guy, Calvin Lai, and his student Lisnek. And they looked at an undisclosed, they say police department or departments, but I think that if it was two departments that they would have said departments. So in any event, it's one or more police departments that they did a study with. And in this case, they used the Anti-Defamation League implicit bias training. And they don't have yet field performance data, but what they did ask, and they did find that officers' attitudes improved in terms of their recognition of bias, of the potential for bias, and their concern about it. But when they asked officers how much they had utilized the techniques that they learned in the training, what you see there is that in that first that's called a violin plot next to a box and whisker plot. But the important thing are those horizontal black lines. And what that's showing is that on the left side, the baseline usage of the strategies before they've learned them, officers are reporting on average using these particular strategies this much. And I'm trying to get that red line to appear. And then in the middle, the pink or whatever that is, salmon colored data is showing you what their intentions were after the training. But the far right data is showing us what they actually self-reported using a month after the training, in the month following the training. And so if anything, they're actually reporting using the strategies less a month after training, or in the month following the training than they were using them before they even got the training. I think this speaks more generally to just a general limitation of the type of training that is employed for things like bias, and particularly implicit bias, which is a heavy educational emphasis on raising awareness, which I think is a necessary but insufficient condition. It's a precondition for effecting actual behavior change. But we know that when we really want to train people to get them to do something, we have them practice and develop muscle memory and neural memory and the like. And so I think these kinds of interventions, a day of classroom lectures and the like, are unlikely, and the data are now showing are unlikely to yield actual change in performance, either self-reported or in the administrative data in the field. Although again, I hate to preview something that that's not yet published, but there is a study That's a working paper in the National Bureau of Economics Research done by some economists showing some real change in officer performance as a function of a training that actually was more of a practice-based kind of training, a new, what they called like a cognitive learning training. So there's hope, but there's also a lot of wasted resources. I'm going to skip over this part because this is, it's extra. It's just, and as I clumsily push through the slides, it's just my way of saying that there are a lot of things that can drive the disparities that we see in stops and questioning and frisks and searches and arrests, et cetera. And only one of them is officer bias at the level of the individual, but there are institutional effects like incentives and deployment patterns and the like. And then there are differences in offending rates as well that partially explain some of those differences, although they do not explain the differences in the search yield rates. Come on. And this is just to emphasize that for each encounter, there are multiple decision points about whether to surveil, about whether to stop, whether to question, whether to search. And each of those is potentially influenced by mental shortcuts like implicit biases that can cause somebody to interpret someone's ambiguous behavior in a manner that's in line with the stereotype. And a century of psychological science shows that that happens to all kinds of people in all kinds of domains. There's no good reason to expect it wouldn't be happening to police officers or judges for that matter. And there's direct evidence that judges are influenced by implicit biases as well. So one of the important legal constructs in all of this is the standard of reasonable suspicion, which is inherently vague and somewhat intentionally vague. I would love to hear the basis for disagreement for that and would love to have a discussion around that. But if you ask judges what reasonable suspicion is, they'll be all over the place. They'll tell you it's below probable cause and it's above, gut level hunch, but they can't really say what it is. And in fact, there's a study showing that judges vary dramatically in what they think the probability of finding evidence of a crime on a reasonable suspicion stop should be, and they go from 0% to 100%, with the average judge being at about 30%, thinking they're about 30% of reasonable suspicion stops should result in a finding of criminal activity. So it's an inherently vague construct, and as a psychologist, I can tell you we don't know very much about what suspicion is. I have another doctoral student who did her dissertation on what is suspicion and tied it to the legal literature on what is reasonable suspicion. You combine the uncertainty around what the psychology of suspicion is and what the intentionally loose standard of reasonableness is, which is what a reasonable person would do, which is taught a lot is circular reasoning. And you have a lot of opportunity for high discretion judgments that can be influenced by bias. I'm going to break this thing by pushing too hard, and I apologize in advance. As an example, this is from two different departments that we analyzed their policy documents for as part of a Center for Policing Equity study. And these are just, 2 of 9 departments I think we looked at. And we selected, we didn't select these 2 at random. We selected the 2 most disparate. But among these 9 departments, one of them said that, in defining reasonable suspicion was an officer may conduct field interviews or stops when he reasonably believes that some investigative inquiry is warranted. And that was pretty much the sum total. And then this other department goes to affirmative steps, say the department is committed to unbiased policing and to reinforcing procedures, et cetera. And so, this is a contrast that we get within 2 American police departments. And as you know, standards and policy manuals and general orders vary widely across departments. And one of Post's part of your mission is to try to standardize that, at least statewide. But there's quite a lot of variation. I don't think either of these are California departments, by the way. One of the departments we looked at was Stockton, but I don't think either of these are. Come on. So with respect to discretion, there's some really interesting research in economics and sociology that shows, for example, that employers who do criminal background checks are actually more likely to hire African Americans than employers who don't do criminal background checks. And for me, the implication of that is that in the absence of the specific information about criminal background, the stereotype that the other research demonstrates so vividly of the link between Black and criminal, it has a greater likelihood of being influential. If you're given negating information to the contrary, you're not going to be as swayed by the stereotype. And then looking at some particular cases within law enforcement in the US, there are some specific examples of discretion, in particular in decisions to stop and search, being reined in, and the result being improvement in overall search yield rates and a dramatic reduction in racial disparities in search yield rates. So in this case, we've got Raymond Kelly, who is also famous for driving up stop and frisk in New York subsequent to this, but he gets to be the hero of this story. He took over US Customs in 1999, instituted changes, noticed that there's actually a really cool Malcolm Gladwell article on this. But he noticed that that customs agents were using 43 different criteria to identify who to search coming through customs. And customs is an interesting case because it's a discrete decision on each individual. It's not like street policing where there are a lot of variables going on into play, but in customs there's a yes or no decision about each person coming through about whether or not to be searched. So it kind of provides us with a very tight, clean experiment. And what Kelly did was to reduce that number of 43 down to 6 that were more behavioral and that were more empirically tied to actual smuggling. And what he found, what the analyst Ramirez and colleagues found looking at these data is that if you compare the year before to the year after, because not entirely clear, and you know how implementation of new policies and guidelines go, they sometimes take a while to unfold. But if we look at the year before and compare it to the year after, we see that the number of searches declined by about 75%, which is interesting because the number of criteria declined by about 75%. But the number of search yields, the number of searches yielding contraband, mostly contraband and other evidence of crime, stayed about the same, so that the search yield rate, the yields per search quadrupled. But more important than that is that if you look at the racial and ethnic breakdown of those searches, what did Einstein say? The definition of insanity is doing the same thing over and over, expecting a different result. Okay, and it probably wasn't Einstein either. So if you look at the period prior, the year prior to this change, you see that that Latinos who are being searched in higher numbers, although I don't have the data to say what numbers are going through customs. And I think a lot of this is happening at the southern border. So that would partly explain why there are so many more searches of Latinos. But if you look at the hit rates there, the percentage of those searches that yield evidence, contraband or evidence of illegal border crossing or whatever it is, they're 4 times as high for Blacks and whites than for the particularly stereotyped group in this case, which is Latinos, largely at the southern border. After that, there we go. After that, we see that the overall number of searches gets more comparable, but more importantly, the search yield disparity almost gets eliminated, a really dramatic change. And you can also see that, as I showed on the previous slide, the search yield rate has improved dramatically as well. Now, this is kind of a perfect storm where you have, a very, like I said, a very systematic system where there's a discrete decision about each person, and you have this ideal outcome where, the number of searches goes down by 3/4, but the yields go up by 300%. And so you get a net no loss in criminal incapacitation. You may get a deterrent loss, I don't know. But that's not always going to be the case, but it does show you sort of the parameters or the boundary conditions of this. And then similarly, looking at not the latest data from RIPA, but the first round of RIPA data, where we had the 8 largest agencies in the state. We were able to break it down by searches that were relatively high or low in discretion. So high discretion searches would be like consent searches as the most extreme example, and low discretion would be incident to arrest, or something that's more administrative and more policy determined. And what we see is that among those low discretion searches, the search yield on the right side, the search yield rate is higher overall. Because these are searches that are not done based on a lot of, gut level instinct. And the search yield rates for whites are about the same. Oh, shoot, I pressed too many times, but now you get to see we're going to NYPD next. The search yield rates for Blacks, Hispanics, and whites are roughly equivalent. Whereas with the higher discretion searches, whites who are searched are, almost 30% or more likely than Blacks and Hispanics who are searched found to be in possession of contraband or weapons. And that, again, that's called an outcome test, and it's a very compelling piece of evidence of that race and ethnicity is influencing the decision to search, hence the differential outcome, distribution of outcomes. And then just quickly on New York, we're hitting New York twice here, both on their implicit bias training and on their stop and frisk data, but they're closely related. Here again, this is the peak year of stop and frisk, 2011. Right around this time, the new mayor gets elected. The lawsuit is making its way through the court. And I think the writing is sort of on the wall. And so you start even before the ruling in the Floyd and related cases, you see a sharp drop off in the number of pedestrian stops. So these are pedestrian stops because it's stop and frisk. To the point where by 2015, you're already down at under or around 20,000 stops a year. So it's about a 98% decrease in at least reported pedestrian stops. And so we can look at that period and see whether we see a similar pattern of results with respect to search yield rates. And in fact, we do. So in the, if we compare the peak year, 2011, to the latest year in this particular data set, where we've really already sort of hit the lower asymptote of the number of searches, and that number has continued pretty stably over time. We see that we go from a search yield rate ratio for Blacks and whites, at least, of 1.4 to 1. So this is a lot like the RIPA data, where we see about a 1.4 or 1.3 to 1 ratio, that whites who are stopped are 40% more likely to be found in possession of contraband or weapons. When they're making many fewer stops, that's now been reduced to a 1.1 to 1 ratio, almost close to parity. And you can see actually that Latinos who were stopped less than whites, who were less likely to be found in possession in the earlier period, are actually more likely in the later period. So that's flipped the ratio for Latinos. Same thing for weapons. Even more dramatic finding for weapons found per stop, where in the earlier period, we have a 1.8, almost a 2 to 1 ratio of whites being much more likely to be found. And you can also see that the low rate of yield for weapon searches among this is per stop and frisk stop. Almost a 2 to 1 ratio goes down to almost a 1.1 to 1 even ratio when they're making many fewer stops. So they're still finding weapons, and they're finding them at a higher rate, although they're finding fewer because they're doing many fewer stops. They're still finding them. There's some systematicity in these stops, and there's more systematicity in them in 2015 than 2011, but the disparity has been reduced dramatically. And I think that's all I have slide-wise. So I will leave it at that, and it's well before 12:30. And I'll happily take a hike, or I'll take questions.
Questions or comments from the commissioners?
Yep, I have a question.
Commissioner Brazil.
And
I'm gonna try it for Kathy. Was it Commissioner
Yep.
Brazil?
thank you. And we don't need to go back to the slide, but I was very intrigued because I'd been taking notes and I didn't anticipate your driver's bias. But looking at, we tend to be focused on the behavior of the employee, the officer, versus the systems that created that behavior. meaning deployment strategies, the wrong incentives, wrong rewards. We're measuring arrests, citations, things like that versus other things. And that also having an effect on the discretion of the officer. So it's almost like the majority of the drivers are related to decisions of the policymakers and the administration of the agencies, pushing the officers into that decision-making. So I guess the question to you is, are we focusing on, we need to focus on the officer behavior, but are we neglecting the behavior of the agency themselves and what we're measuring, particularly the rewards is what I'm looking at, the measuring arrests and citations and field contacts, and we're measuring all the wrong things, in my opinion.
Yeah, and I mean, I'll tell you a story that I think speaks to that. I had the good fortune to observe a training in a California Police Department. I'm not even going to say what part of the state it was in. And the training was ostensibly about data collection, but the trainer, who was a very thoughtful person, chose to use the training session to question some assumption, to challenge some of the assumptions that the trainees, and it really wasn't a training, it was just a Q&A kind of situation, but the trainees were sergeants. And the trainer said, what are your guys doing out there? And somebody answered, well, they're making stops. And this is, recent. This is not Ryder's era Oakland. They're making stops. Why are they making stops? Well, so they can search. And they also said it was mostly vehicle stops. And why do they want to search? So they can find guns and maybe big caches of drugs. And how often are they finding guns? And there was this kind of awkward silence. And then the trainer said, well, I'll tell you, because I've looked at the data, it's 0.25% of searches are yielding guns. And so why aren't they out there looking for the silver BMW that was reported stolen, where they know that there's a crime and they could be looking for that? And they said, because they won't have anything to show for that. They could spend the whole afternoon looking for that. They won't be able to come back, but they can come back and say, I made these stops. So the data collection, can create a perverse incentive unto itself, if not handled appropriately. And but you can also see that in New York, whereas clearly there was that incentive, make a lot of stops. They were able to reverse that, pretty dramatically. And also I'll point out that, crime was flat in New York over that period, even though there were people in the media saying that there was going to be a big spike in crime. But I do that. I think your question is exactly on target, and that it's systemic. We focus on training individual officers, but they're being given these sets of incentives, including, showing productivity, which isn't actually productivity, it's just activity. And that needs to be addressed. And Manny and I were talking about this earlier, that probably the training should be focused more on the management level. Thank you.
Any other questions, comments? Mr. Alvarez.
I have a question, if I may, Dr. Glasser. You mentioned bias training and you provided the NYPD study, and obviously there's some other study that we haven't seen yet that is coming out. There's been a significant movement afoot over the last 10 years to increase bias training. I believe the U.S. Department of Justice is now pushing that as well, on a recurring basis in order to be certified as an agency. What are your thoughts? Because it appears, at least the training that has been delivered has not been effective. Are we wasting time and effort by pushing something out that perhaps isn't working? And should we wait for, further studies to kind of demonstrate where we should be going with the training?
That's the $1 million question. I have like a $5 answer for it. And might save you $1 million, but would have saved New York a lot more than that. Again, I think that there are opportunity costs associated with doing this training instead of something else. So it's not just that it's a neutral, loss. It potentially has a detriment to a department that chooses to spend 8 hours on implicit bias training instead of something else like communication training or something like that. That's another, communication is another element of my students' research that is very clearly indicating the importance of adept communication practices by line officers. And then I think there's also, and social psychologists in this space have been talking about this, there's also the very real risk that the training creates a false sense of security, that the training does the check the box effect and makes people think that they're now inoculated in some way. And it just cannot do that. It cannot inoculate. And so I think at best, the training that is out there now is good for setting the stage and for motivating people to do things differently. But it's not giving them, and even though, you know, these strategies are recommended, we see in that one study by Lyon and Lisnek that they're not even using the strategies as much. And part of that is just the human condition. I mean, I was talking with our reporter earlier, because I have a stenographer in one of the classes that I teach for a hearing impaired student. And she often interrupts me and asks me to slow down. And I do for like a minute. And then I go back to my normal pattern of behavior, which is to talk too fast. I've been doing a little better today, I think. But in class, yeah, I go way too fast. And you know, I'll see her waving at me, and it's the nature that you know, we develop these behavioral styles and these cognitive associations over many years, and you can't undo that in a one-day classroom training. As to whether or not you can undo it with a larger, longer dose of training, I don't know, but I think the low-hanging fruit is in the systemic interventions and is in focusing on the high-level decision makers who are creating the incentives, and also, you know, making the deployment decisions, and, you know, leaving their so much discretion, you know, as in the case of US Customs, you got these 43 things. I think one of which was, you know, somebody's traveling alone, and another one was somebody's traveling with someone else, you know, and it was a Rorschach, you know, it was an ink blot that they could put their own impressions onto. And we want to rein that in wherever possible, but we don't want to make policing so mundane that it just becomes robotic. And that I know to be, you know, the challenge on the other side of that. But I do think there's a place for training, but I think it needs to be aimed at management level, all the way from sergeant to chief or sheriff. And I think that there also needs to be more, you know, formalization of the decision criteria that are used. In medicine, for example, they're emphasizing checklist approaches much more now. There's a wonderful book by Atul Gawande called The Checklist Manifesto that talks about how medical errors have been reduced dramatically because they're not relying on their, you know, their intuition or their memory. They're, you know, running through checklists, and then they have somebody else check the checklist. I don't think police officers are going to be able to do much of their operations using checklists all the time, but something like that to formalize, to prescribe. And I'm very much in favor of not just limiting the discretion, but to provide a prescriptive alternative. Here's what you should be doing instead of here's what you shouldn't be doing. And that's still, that work it remains to be done. I'm getting there, but not there yet.
Commissioner Brazil.
One more question. Is the center, so we're identifying problems, is the center identifying agencies that are getting it right or doing it better than others? And then so we can piecemeal that apart to see what are they doing there?
The Center for Policing Equity, it definitely is doing that and is working with some leaders. And they're also, you know, because it's an organization that was formed by scientists, it's very evaluation focused. So when they do an intervention with the department or with the city, they do look to compare pre and post, and to do random assignment whenever possible, although it's very difficult to do in the real world. And then I think that's probably like RIPA 2.0 would be to start, instead of just saying how bad things are across the state, to start identifying leaders start identifying places where things are going better. That's complex. It's not just like, oh, you stop fewer Black people. Well, you maybe have fewer Black people. It's a question of, these multivariate analyses that have to statistically control for differences and look at those search yield rates, et cetera. But there is clearly variation. It's not just this uniform problem. I mean, I do think it's a universal problem, but there's variation within degrees of the problem. And there are some places doing better than others. And we should be highlighting that. Thank you.
Any additional questions or comments? Thank you, Professor Glazer, for coming. It was provoking and challenging and certainly timely and important. And thank you very much for changing your schedule and coming down to Los Angeles for us. Thank you very
The
much.
extra time.
Thank you very much. Gary, what are we doing for lunch? Oh, it's here? All right. All right. Okay, you want to stay? Okay. So why don't we do public comment right now to see before lunch and see, this is the time we set aside for members of the public to comment on the agenda. Pursuant to commission policy, the chair will manage the public comment period in deference to our workload and time constraints. Up to 15 minutes is allotted at the beginning of each meeting for public comments on agenda items. If more people wish to address the commission, we will go longer than 15 minutes, but may limit the period to no more than 1 hour. Members of the public who wish to speak, please limit your remarks to no more than 5 minutes. If many people wish to speak on the same topic, we may ask you to limit your remarks to just a couple of minutes. Pursuant to existing commission policy, the chair may conclude the public comment period if multiple speakers are voicing repetitive or similar statements. And please be advised that the commission cannot take any action on items that are not on the agenda. Is there anyone present who would like to address the commission during public comment? No, come on, please. I'm sorry. Please join us on the dais.
My name is Tasha Williamson and I'm from San Diego. I'm an activist and an advocate with my community. We are dealing with extreme racism from San Diego Police Department. And we have a police department that is corrupt, that is also not following Senate Bill 2 or Senate Bill 16. We encourage you all to do more training within the California communities because people did not even know about Senate Bill 2, and some didn't even know your process to complain. In order for you to be able to do the job that you need to do, the community also needs to know what it is that they need to do. And so I ask that this commission take the time to look at how they can better serve the community in acknowledging that they need to do more marketing on what the community can do and create trainings on how to apply or submit the complaint. I do thank you for not forcing community members to put their addresses on that complaint process, because we have had San Diego police officers and internal affair officers show up at people's homes, and it was very disturbing. We have also had officers try to get community members to do informal complaints versus formal complaints. And we are happy to work with you in making sure that we can decertify officers who definitely need to be decertified in our community of San Diego County. We also have the highest rate of in-custody deaths, and our partners couldn't be here today. But we acknowledge that the San Diego Sheriff's also needs to be looked into. And we know that Rob Bonta has made many trips to San Diego, but we also encourage some of you commissioners to make trips around the state of California to talk to community members, community organizations that are out here busting their behinds to hold officers accountable who are rogue, reckless, and criminal. Currently, I sent an email about an officer, Officer Anthony Hare, who was trapped in the back seat of a vehicle with a woman that he arrested. His duty belt with his gun and his BWC was in the front seat. More than 10 days passed and you guys didn't even know. We know what Anthony Hare was doing with the arrested woman in the back seat, and so does San Diego PD. Racism is happening throughout San Diego PD, not with just our community, but also with our police officers. And our police officers are afraid to even talk to you all, to talk to DOJ. So please do better in how you get information out to the community. I'm here all day because I think that is significant that you are looking at a possibility of decertifying 3,500 officers, I'm sure, who need to be decertified. And it is unfortunate for the law enforcement industry. And public safety doesn't necessarily have to be at risk because you have thousands of community members across this state, beautiful state, that are willing to step up and have alternatives to police their own communities and support public safety. And I hope that you all will stand with us to make sure that that happens, because police don't have to respond to everything. We don't always need people with guns. Sometimes we need people we trust. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Williamson. We appreciate you taking the time to appear before us. We take your words to heart. We are trying to address some of it by traveling the state as we are today and conducting these types of hearings. So thank you very much for appearing. Is there anyone else present who would like to address the commission during public comment? Seeing none, we also just now, oh, there is someone. I'm sorry, I didn't see you over there. Charles.
That I'm here, I'm speaking on behalf of MOT, I'm a former post employee, but Charles Evans. So on December 18th of 2012, former President Barack Hussein Obama signed special legislation creating 21st Century Policing Task Force. In the wake of that task force, Post immediately it created the Principal Policing Procedural Justice and Implicit Bias course. We collaborated with Stanford University, the Department of Justice, and other stakeholders in order to create a dynamic course that's being taught throughout the state. One of the questions I had for the professor was that in that collaboration with Jennifer Everhart at Stanford, in that SPARK unit, SPARK is an acronym for special, I might get back to you, but I forget the name of it. In that collaboration with SPARK, it was a false equivalency that was made between race and ethnicity. Race was a social construct that was designed to mitigate and objectify primarily people of color. I would like to see a separation in among our academics to separate those two terms. Race is a falsehood. Ethnicity has to do with culture. When I talked to Jennifer Everhart about why she continued to use that, and by the way, I'm not downing Jennifer, she's a great person. She's a friend of mine. But when I talked to her about why she knowingly used that term and equated it with ethnicity, she said it was just too tough. It's too tough to go back and re-educate the public. And I think that we have to start here, making the difference. Law enforcement here, Post, is the difference that's going to make the difference between repeating the errors of the past or moving forward with courage. And so I know the professor is still, I believe he's still here. And, you know, we took a look and we studied the Stroop, the shooting test that Jennifer Everhart came up with. It was a great test. But I think that we have to stop engaging in this mythological conversation that's perpetuating misbehavior and misinforming the public. So if you can, with the academics, do some cleanup language in terms of differentiating race and culture. I heard you mention it several times, but it's not your fault. I think it's part of the value programming that we grow up with. And it might come from something as simple as our own adverse childhood experiences. And so I'm thinking that if with your assistance, maybe you at the academic levels can fix that. What do you think?
I thought I was done. Thank you. No, it's a very profound point. It's a real challenge. I confess I'm probably where Jennifer Eberhard is with it right now. It sounds too hard. But that's not good enough. And so, that's the reason why we haven't done it, but it's not an excuse for not doing it. And I agree. And in fact, we were at the Museum of Tolerance earlier today and the Nazis racialized Jews in order to set them aside and to make them lesser. Jewish is not a race, it's an ethnicity, but they called it a race. And for that very purpose, and I think we should learn the lesson from that. So sure how to do it, but I think it should be done.
So we also had conversations with Tom Tyler and Tracy Mears regarding the same issue, and they had as much ambivalence. Post is ready to go, I believe. But we need the collaboration with academia to move forward. Any questions? Thanks.
I have a question. What would be the alternative? We currently have all of this data with various categorizations. We have racial categorizations, we have ethnic categorizations. Could we shift to all ethnic? But then how would we recategorize? What do you envision?
I envision the same thing we envision with homelessness. We have so many bright people out here, we'll figure it out. And so I think there's some adjacent possibilities that we could talk about. That's probably not time to discuss it here, but there are some adjacent possibilities that would provide some real-time solutions to the significant challenges that we face. You're welcome.
Charles, thank you. It's great to see you.
Good to see you.
Great to see you. Thank you, Professor Glazer. Nice to make a contact there. Is there anyone else who would make public comment? We just received a 3-page email comments from the ACLU. Obviously, was after the hearing started. And so what we'll do is we will make copies and provide them to all the commissioners, and you can please encourage you to read them at your leisure. We'll leave it at that for now. And I think, Charles, a good time to break. Lunch is served. So we will take how long you want to go, man? You want to take 30 minutes? Yeah, 30 minutes, go to one, what will that be? Yeah, go to 1:15 for lunch and discussion, and hopefully Dr. Glazer will still be here so you can catch him. So stand. You okay? All right, we'll begin. We've got a lot of ground to cover and probably need to finish before 5 o'clock for people that are trying to get to Burbank, so. At this time, Executive Director Manny Alvarez would like to briefly address the commission. Executive Director Alvarez.
Thank you, commissioners. Thank you for affording me the opportunity again to speak. I told the chair that I was going to keep it extremely short this time, unlike other times when I do a little bit more of a formal presentation. Just want to give thanks to two groups of individuals. One, I wanted to thank Dr. Jack Glasser. He just left, but for taking the time, somewhat on last minute notice. He's only known for about a week and a half about this, so really want to thank him for taking the time to come out, to prepare, and obviously to go through the Museum of Tolerance tour with us this morning. And then primarily wanted to thank the Museum of Tolerance folks, the director, Liba Yeft, and then the director, Mark Catrick, for making this possible, giving us the tour, opening up their home to us. They do a fantastic job. As they mentioned this morning, they train over 5,000 California law enforcement officers every year. We have a fantastic relationship with them, and I just wanted to extend our thanks to them on the record for what they've done. And that concludes what I'd like to say, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Executive Director. Our first action item today is approval of the action summary and minutes from the June 8th meeting. Is there a motion to approve the minutes?
Yes, a motion.
And action summary. Is there objection to unanimous roll call? Seeing none, the motion passes unanimously. We're going to jump around a little bit on the agenda today because in deference to time, we'll begin with the voting items on the agenda. So we'll go to C, and there's 3 voting items. Now, depending on when you first read the agenda, it may look like we're jumping around a bit because we are, but that is simply to move the voting items to the top and put them in a more contextual order. So C, item 1, is a report on amendments to Commission Reg 1003, employment status notifications and Commission Reg 1950, peace officer selection requirements. Certification Bureau Chief Michelle Weiler will provide a report on this item. What are you looking at? Okay. No, go ahead, Steve.
Pardon me, just so you guys are aware, we're creating some video production over the last couple of days. So we're gonna do some videotaping. You don't need to do anything other than just let the meeting go forward, but just want to let you know that there will be some videotaping.
Your Chief Weiler.
Good afternoon. So before you today, I am presenting a report on a proposed amendment to Commission Regulation 1003, as well as a partner amendment to Commission Regulation 1950, and it's just cleanup language related to our process for reinstatement of peace officers who have been administratively reinstated to their positions with their agencies if they've been separated and they go to a personnel board or some other action reinstates them. So previously, when we had cleaned up this language to address the appointment process and the new termination process, we failed to remedy the reinstatement process. And it currently still states that you have to make a new appointment in EDI and then contact post staff, and then we will remedy or rectify, consolidate the appointment in EDI. With our current process in place after SB2 implementation, you can no longer do that because it's required that when you make a new appointment, you have to also submit an attestation of peace officer eligibility. And because the reinstatement process is making the officer's career whole, they are not required to do the new background and do the attestation of eligibility because they were whole. It's as if they had never separated in the first place. So this language to both 1003 and 1950 is just to remedy that and say that you now have to just submit all of the documentation to post, and then we will make that record correction on our end.
Any questions for Ms. Weiler? Is there a motion to approve the proposed staff changes?
Motion Braun.
Is there a second?
Second. Schmidt.
Is there objection to unanimous consent? Any abstentions? Seeing none, the motion carries unanimously. C2. As part of SB2 implementation, the commission adopted Reg 1201 to provide definitions specific to peace officer certification. Post staff proposed to add definitions simply to provide additional clarity. Bureau Chief Weiler will provide us a report on this item.
Yes, so previously we had created a new regulation 1201 with definitions specific to peace officer certification language. We found that there were some terms that needed further clarification. If you look on our website, we do have some of that, but we wanted to solidify that by putting those definitions in regulation. Here you'll see the proposed additions are to add the terms for active, immediate temporary suspension, inactive, and ineligible. If you'd like, I can go through what these definitions state, or I can leave you to review them as they are before you. But again, these are just to provide more clarity as to what these terms mean as they're shown on our website, as we communicate with the public, or people view post profiles or see the comments on our list of peace officer actions.
It's technical. Are there any questions for Ms. Weiler? Is there a motion to approve the proposed staff amendment?
Motion Gordon.
Is there a second?
Braun.
Is there objection to unanimous consent? Any abstentions? Seeing none, this motion carries unanimously. We move now to C3. The issue that keeps on giving. As you probably recall, we discussed the address of record at some length in March and asked for revisions. I believe Commissioner Gordon had specific revisions to the proposed policy. Those revisions were presented and adopted by the commission in June. Several weeks ago, Orange County Sheriff Barnes wrote the commission with some concerns. In deference to Sheriff Barnes, we are rehearing the matter. Bureau Chief Weiler will complete her hat trick today with a report on address of record.
Yes, as Chairperson Long mentioned, we did recently receive a public comment from Sheriff Barnes from Orange County Sheriff's Department. While this commission has not had a chance yet to directly review and discuss his letter that he had submitted, in our review, it appears that the concerns that he raises were also raised by the members of the commission in prior meetings in March and discussed. Some of the items that I wanted to highlight is that he expressed concerns related to the potential burden on the employing agencies and the effect, the timeliness of the notifications from post to a subject peace officer if they designate their current employing agency as their address of record. And then he also further specified that he had concerns as to when an officer or peace officer separates from employment, then it's implying that the onus is now on the former employing agency to track down that former peace officer. The proposed text that you approved in June, if you look at A2, if a peace officer transfers to another law enforcement agency, changes their designated address of record, or separates from employment, they shall log into their post-pass account and provide a new acknowledgement or a new physical address of record. So staff believes that this proposed text does address that concern. Additionally, we do state that if a peace officer designates their current employing agency as their address of record, it is their responsibility to make arrangements with their agency to receive that communication. And if they don't, the burden is still on them because they chose to designate their agency. Smaller agencies, it may be easier to receive that information. Larger agencies, it may get lost in the mail. As you recall, we discussed at great length in March. The original proposed text was that they provided their own personal address of record, and that was deemed to be sometimes not feasible because of a PO box as use. Living in a rural community or officer safety issues, they're using their own, a PO box rather their own personal address. So these topics were previously discussed. Again, however, this is brought before you again to discuss further should you choose to do so.
The questions on the issue for Ms. Weiler? Questions or comments? Seeing none, is there a motion to approve the adoption of the proposed commission regulation as adopted by the commission in June?
Motion, Gordon.
Motion, do we have a second? Second. Mr. Knapp, please call the roll on this one.
Commissioner Barcelona,
Yes.
Commissioner Braun,
Yes.
Commissioner Brazil, Commissioner Cooper,
Yes.
Commissioner Yule,
Yes.
Commissioner Gordon,
Yes.
Commissioner Long,
Yes.
Commissioner Marsh,
Yes.
Commissioner Nieto,
Yes.
Commissioner O'Rourke, Commissioner Rodriguez,
Yes.
Commissioner Schmidt,
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously 11-0. We will now move to the consent calendar. These are discussion items that, thank you, Ms. Weiler, for your presentations. These are discussion items largely suggested by members of, by commissioners and staff members. We will jump around a bit, largely trying to get some context and get the presenters up who have similar items. So the first item will be, which is also number 4 on some of your agendas, depending on when you got your agenda. We will begin the consent calendar with a report on the 2023 annual report of the California Racial Identity Profiling Act Board, the RIPA Board. Staff Services Manager Megan Polis of the Executive Office will present a report on staff responses to the 33 recommendations contained in the RIPA annual report. Ms. Polis will discuss the recommendations generating post-action. The post responses you have before you here on this report, there's 31 recommendations that came from the RIPA board. Ms. Polis will discuss, I believe, the 6 that Post is taking action on. The majority of the RIPA recommendations are either in progress or are current policy at Post. And there are several staff is determined to be unfunded and therefore unable to be adopted at this time. If you have questions or comments on any of the recommendations, in addition to the one that Megan's will be discussing, we'll stay on this item until there are no more questions. Ms. Polis.
Thank you, Chair Long. So in front of you is a report. It's also in the agenda. And it's a response to the recommendations that were made to Post by the RIPA board in their 2023 RIPA annual report. The recommendations include the topics of the calls for service bias by proxy, law enforcement training and recruitment, learning domain 42, the Museum of Tolerance racial profiling train the trainer course, and decertification of peace officers or Senate Bill 2. So of the 31 recommendations, Post staff have agreed to support 7 now recommendations and note that there are several that are just simply unattainable due to lack of resources and funding and staffing. The remaining recommendations do not require an action taken as we find that the topics are covered sufficiently and provide analysis supporting that conclusion in the report. So today I'm going to highlight the recommendations that we support and obviously welcome feedback and discussion on any of these items. I'd like you to all keep in mind 7 seems really small out of 31. That's because the report came out in January and we're now in almost the end of September. A lot has transpired at Post between then, where we feel that those topics are now covered sufficiently. Okay.
Megan, maybe you could provide the page number. I'm sorry?
Clicker's not working.
If you could maybe just, are you gonna identify them by page number in this report, since there's no number by the recommendation?
I have it on the screen there. Let me see if I can see what
The
the
page number, you can kind of read it.
So the first one is on page 4. So at the June commission meeting, you received a very robust presentation by my colleague Jennifer Dwyer on the Public Safety Dispatcher Academy that was just completely redone. She's currently working to implement the new course outline, and the 89-page expanded course outline was provided to the RIPA post-training subcommittee at their August 30th meeting. So the first one, where we support their recommendation, but acknowledge that that we have limited resources. The recommendation is to create a bias training for dispatchers that must be attended by all dispatchers at least once a year. Mandate participation in bias training to be repeated, sustained, and reinforced as further research supports, and perform an annual review and update of the bias training for quality assurance and effectiveness. So that was the exact recommendation from the RIPA board. So our response to that is that we support the concept, but we have limited resources. So POST currently has no regulations or legislative requirements as it pertains to the topic and content of CPT for public safety dispatchers. And we believe that this recommendation would require substantial POST resources and regulation changes to accomplish. Go to the next slide, please. So this one is on page 7, I believe. Good thing I have my glasses on. So this recommendation was to offer guidance to local law enforcement agencies regarding social media investigations or inquiries in the hiring of dispatchers. We support this recommendation. As of January 1st of 2021, public safety dispatchers are also considered first responders, and therefore they need to be held at a higher standard. So we plan to impose this into our post background investigator manual that we currently use for peace officers, and adding a piece to include the public safety dispatchers on the social media checks for them as well. You can go to the next slide. Those were the two recommendations that we supported in the calls for service by proxy section. So moving on to the just the general overall post law enforcement training and recruitment. This recommendation is on page 10. So the recommendation is to publish any guidelines for racial and identity profiling related courses on the POST website. There are no current guidelines undertake this process. This has been a conversation we've been having with the RIPA board members for quite some time. And we recently advised them that we would be pursuing creating separate guidelines outside of just the training. And we have advertised for a retired annuitant to take on this task. Their project would specifically be to do the racial profiling guidelines. We have not hired anyone at this time, but once we do hire someone, we anticipate the project will take approximately 3 to 4 months to complete. Moving on to the next slide. So now we're moving on to the regular basic course learning domain 42, which is cultural diversity and discrimination. We are on page 11. I can't see from here. 17, please. So the recommendation is Rather than its current focus on convincing officers that racial profiling is wrong, Section 2 on racial and identity profiling should be evidence-based and thus focus on the significant amount of data and research showing that racial profiling is not an effective means of policing. So we support this recommendation, and we will be updating the student workbook accordingly. Moving on to the next one. Still under LD 42. I believe is page 20. The recommendation is the legal section should more explicitly state that the RIPA statute recognizes that racial and identity profiling or the consideration of or reliance on to any degree protected identity characteristics in deciding any stop or actions taken is prohibited. To put this in context, it should also acknowledge that the law recognizes the harm caused by profiling to individuals, communities, and police community relations, and the need for affirmative steps to prevent it from happening. At their August 30th the RIPA post-training subcommittee meeting, we had a discussion, post staff and the RIPA members of that subcommittee. We asked for clarification on this topic. And after that, receiving that clarification, we did agree that we would look into this a little bit further. So we're in a support position right now, but we are going to be looking into clarifying this a little bit more. Okay, I think we go to the next slide, please. This is, I believe, the next page, 21. So the recommendation is the course definitions should discuss racism and racial profiling and how they intersect and should not characterize racial profiling as controversial. You'll see in the report, there's a section of the student workbook for LD 42. That was the term controversy is highlighted. So we have agreed to change some of the sentences. The analysis shows the strikeouts and how we would change that to perceptions rather than controversy. Next slide, please. Okay, so we're on to the topic of the Museum of Tolerance Racial Profiling Train the Trainer course. First recommendation.
What page is that?
Page
And-
29.
29.
29.
Okay, 29. Thank you. So the recommendation is the course should refer to racial and identity profiling throughout the training rather than focusing only on racial profiling. And this was another recommendation that we supported. And that we will be just conducting an internal review and discussing how we can incorporate those changes. The next slide, please. Okay, so I believe that concludes the 7 recommendation or the 7 of the 31 recommendations that we support. And at this time, I would welcome any feedback, comments on the entire report. And as always, we have a very good working relationship with the RIPA board and their subcommittees. And we look forward to continuing that relationship with them.
Thank you, Ms. Polis. Are there any questions or comments on any of these issues. I encourage you to take a look at these, and if you have questions subsequently or later, talk to Megan about, we want to maintain that good working relationship. Commissioner Brazil?
I have, Megan, I have one question. It's page 21. It's the table. And we're changing controversy to concerns, and then we're changing, then when the table is going to say perceptions rather than controversy, was the RIPA board okay with perceptions?
Yes.
Okay, I just want to make sure they're okay with that.
I believe so. I believe we addressed that with them. We could double check before we make that change.
Ms. Postman, I just had, so is this report, I assume it's been shared with the RIPA board or not yet, or?
Not directly.
Okay.
It's obviously made available to the public in our agenda, and I will definitely follow up with them after our meeting
Okay,
and make
good.
sure they receive a copy.
Yeah, maybe, and let us know, by way of email or something, if there's where we have a big difference of opinion, if any. Thank you for your presentation. The second item on consent for discussion is a report on incorporating RIPA stop data into the post leadership classes. I believe Commissioner Elwell, you will actually suggested this for discussion. Training Program Services Bureau Chief Brad Newmeyer will provide a report on the incorporation of stop data into these leadership courses.
Good afternoon, Commission. Thank you for letting me discuss or open this discussion for you, for your consideration. I was tasked with asking the question to the Commission because the training program services have 5 major supervisory and management courses in our bureau. We have the regulatory required supervisory course. We have the SLI program, which is a leadership course for supervisors. We have the regulatory required management course, executive development course, and command college. And I was just asked to ask you for input on to whether you believe or what your thoughts are regarding incorporating stop data into the post leadership courses.
If you will, since you suggested this one for discussion, maybe you'd like to.
Yeah, well, first of all, it had nothing to do with the quality of the executive program, so I want to clarify that. And forgive me if it sounds inelegant in my expression, but, across this country, we have watched as departments were reportedly or suggested to have been blindsided when the feds or the district attorney stepped in, looked at data, and determined that there's been this pattern of practice that has gone back years and years. And I was having a conversation with the executive director because I started looking at the executive programs and wondered if we were really focused in the areas that were pertinent to especially a new sheriff or a new police chief coming from outside of the area, to be able to take the data that is collected across the nation and to utilize it in a manner so that he or she can discern issues that are going on within the department and start developing a strategy to work on them before there's a major incident that embarrasses them. And so to drill down on this a bit more, what I was asking and what I'm suggesting is, do new police chiefs and sheriffs fully understand the value of data? Are they able to analyze it and put it into some contextual fashion that allows them to start to identify issues that they may want to start addressing within the organization and help to build the strength of the organization? Forgive me, but I learned this the hard way when I left the fire service, went into city management, took over a city and was literally blindsided because I was busy managing a council and not looking at some of the internal workings of the organization. So the next city that I went to, I started doing this review, and I started with revenue. And I went through the general fund revenues, put together a small group of people, and then we went into the enterprise fund. Well, lo and behold, what I found out was that the water department, our utility section, we had this flat line of revenue. And we dug down deeper into the data. And what we found was that for all the major accounts, one major university, with all of their usage, we were billing them at 50% of their consumption rate. And it was because we, the city, had not changed the large meters out or recalibrated them for 10 years. And for that period of time, we were billing people at 50%, if that much, the rate of consumption. And it was embarrassing. I had to disclose it publicly. It took some hits, but I was glad that we were able to resolve the issue. And I see the same thing happening with police chiefs and sheriffs. It's only after the feds come in and by happenstance, they find that there are all of these things going on with the data that every police chief and sheriff has available to them. But are we teaching them how to utilize that data to discern what's going on and to develop strategies for, building a stronger organization? Now, I was sharing with Commissioner Brazil, I've actually known police chiefs in particular who would rather turn a blind eye. They have 3 years, they're looking for their last 3 highest years, and they're out. So they don't want this, but there are people in the executive programs from lieutenant up who would need to know how to do this, how to develop it so that they can change a culture that they know where the problems are, but may not have the ability to substantiate it, but this data could help them to do it, or new police chiefs and sheriffs, as I said, who come from out of the community who would need it, and it just gives them another tool in the toolbox. And as hosts, I would assume that that is the objective, is to prepare leaders to be stronger in their ability to carry out their mission. And so I just wondered if this was something useful to them, to anyone, to be able to know how to do, because not everyone's going to even admit that they can manipulate the data and to understand it. And B, if they did, if posts were teaching them some basic things and showing them why there's value in doing it and showing them what the outcomes would be, we wouldn't have the situations like in Memphis, for example, where the Scorpions were out there, had been doing it for years, and then suddenly it became this embarrassment. I say that because the woman came from Durham, North Carolina, and I used to be the city manager there. But had they known this in advance, they may have made different decisions. So that was the purpose, and I apologize for being ineloquent.
Commissioner Brazil. Oh, I'm sorry, Commissioner Gordon. Commissioner Gordon.
I do think there is some value into including it in the management class. That's your lieutenants, that's a mandatory class. So ensuring that that information is shared at that level, because really that's who's getting that day-to-day interaction and has actually the most opportunity to identify issues earlier on in that management role, at a lieutenant role where you're supervising shifts and different divisions. So I do think there's some value in explaining RIPA and walking through what RIPA is within that management class. I do think there's value in that. I can tell you from at a chief's level, it is something that Cal Chiefs now is covering quite extensively. There's a lot of discussion at the chief level, and now that we're starting to get data, how we use that data, because a lot of agencies are just starting to get really having anything to compare. So, I think there might be some opportunity to partner with Cal Chiefs and, on behalf of posts to make sure that is covered. But I do find value in adding it to the management class.
Commissioner Gordon, Commissioner Brazil.
Yeah, it's, you know, we've come a long way. We developed the management course and executive development command college and just the use of data and evidence-based processes. And I don't know too many chiefs or sheriffs that are data geeks when it comes to understanding it. I have seen several chiefs very embarrassed in front of their city councils by not understanding benchmarking and data, particularly now that we're going to stop data because they weren't educated on it. So I agree with Commissioner Gordon. It's really good at the lieutenant level or that level to identify, here's the data that's out there. You need to start looking in your organization, what's there, what's available, how to use it, how do you not use it. But I also think there's an opportunity for posts to take a leadership role in whether it's a coming together of researchers, it's a consortium, whatever you want. The last one I know about was in 2004. The COPS office did it in Sacramento, where they brought researchers from around the country to talk about traffic stop data and benchmarking, and how to benchmarking, and how to measure it, what to do. Because the one that's being used across the country and at the state has been universally discredited by all researchers, that using census driving age data on traffic stop data is not an appropriate benchmark. It's not, but that's what is published by attorney generals across the country with states that have been doing data collection. So I think that POST can take a leadership role, not just in the course curriculum like Commissioner Gordon talked about, but maybe holding a meeting or working with one of the associations, Cal Chiefs or Cal Sheriffs or both, and bringing together different researchers and talking about what are appropriate benchmarks and how do you benchmark your traffic stop data? Not just reporting what it is, but what do you do with it once you've got it versus just responding to it? So I think it's an opportunity for POST to take that as a kind of a leadership thing. Because I can tell you in the state of Missouri, they've been producing traffic stop data and comparing it to driving age population census data for years, because that's by statute what the attorney general has to do. And everybody ignores the data because they know the benchmark's wrong. It's not an adequate benchmark. So I think it's time that maybe we do that. And I thank Commissioner Yule for bringing it to our attention, because it's not going away. But how do we leverage it to do a better job at our end? So I'll be quiet now.
Commissioner Nieto.
Commissioner Nieto.
Yeah, I do have a couple questions and concerns. You know, data is data, even RIPA data. So if you're going to bring these things into these courses, it's really more about statistics and how you look at data. So I'm not sure, do you just want to introduce the RIPA data? Because here's the report, and then we discuss it from there. Are we trying to, our future leaders try to teach them statistically how you interpret data for your use? Because those are two very separate things, or maybe we're trying to do it all. And then how much time is that going to take in courses? Because you know, for many people that have their masters and their doctorates, you know, statistics was the least favorite class, at least it was for me. And you had several classes in it just to look at data, depending on what you were researching.
I don't know if I have an answer for you. I just have the thought and concern. And while it's not my forte to talk about how you prepare people, whether statistically or not, I just want to know that we're giving people the tools in the toolbox to be able to identify problems before they occur. I mean, we've had some terrible events here in California that surprised people because the feds came in and happenstance looking at one thing, discover something else. You can go up and down the state. And wouldn't it be great if a new police chief or sheriff went in and did their own evaluations beforehand and started developing some type of strategy for resolving it? So it could be any type of data that's used. I'm just talking the methodology of identifying problems internally and then finding solutions to it.
Commissioner Nieto again, just one further issue to think about is that we do have police performance auditing in the state. And I think California was one of the states that led it with some other states to look at that. And do we incorporate maybe police performance auditing? Because that's what auditors do. They look at data or they look at whatever the issues are to try to come up with some evidence-based solutions. So maybe we look at it that way. I just have a concern about how many hours would it take to really create statisticians? Or again, if we're just, do we create or lifelong learners that know what to do with this data? So I'm just throwing it out there that maybe we look at the police performance auditing and incorporate some of that into the classes.
And I don't profess to have the answer. I just see the problem and wonder, working it backwards, how do we come up with solutions to give people the tools that they need to be successful and not embarrassed and ushered out the door as a political answer to a deeper problem. And I see Post as the place to launch it.
Other questions or comments? I would add my voice to Commissioner Brazil and Gordon and Ewell. I don't think Commissioner Ewell is, this is to your question, Bureau Chief Newmeyer. I don't think Commissioner Ewell is being very prescriptive. He's simply suggesting this is something that we'd like you all to look into. And I think the recommendations of Commissioners Brazil and Gordon, that this might be a really potentially fertile area to look into with Cal Chiefs or Cal Sheriffs and try to build on this and see, rather than being prescriptive here, but there's at a minimum, a good kernel here to try to develop for the management courses. Sounds like, is there any objection to at least commission direction that staff look into this further and explore the opportunities of working with Cal Chiefs and Cal Sheriffs? Does that make sense? Commissioner Ewell?
No.
Is that along the lines of what you were thinking?
It is.
Meyer, any comment or questions?
No, sir. I would point out one thing. I'm not sure of this, but I know Cal Sheriff's does a new sheriff's teaching course, correct? So maybe we have some levers there. We can reach out to them and see what they're teaching, if they are in fact doing it. We can definitely talk to Cal Chiefs. Sounds like Cal Chiefs is already doing it. The management course, in my opinion, is probably the best place if we're going to get to managers because it's the biggest reach. Executive development course is 22 to 25, 5 times a year. It's not a big reach. Command college is just a different mission. It's about futures and where it's going to be in the future. So if that's something that you think should be looked at possibly integrating there, would be great. And it's kind of timely in that we're right in the middle of doing a revamp on the management course. And it could be something to bring up with the speed groups when we hold those at the end of this fiscal year and next year to finish the project to see if we can incorporate that into the class as well.
Thank you. It sounds like we have some things to look into, and we now have a UC professor who might be willing to be of service to you folks. So thank you, Commissioner Ewell, for bringing that up. Thank you, Mr. Newmeyer, for your presentation. The next item is item 3 or number 10, depending on your agenda, is a report on the status of the addition of the history of policing to learning domain number 3, principled policing in the community. Basic Training Bureau, Jennifer Hardesty will provide a report on the addition of the history of policing to LD3. Thank you, Ms. Hardesty.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Mr. Chair, Commissioners. So I am just providing you a status update on where we are at with that addition into Learning Domain 3, Principal Policing in the Community. You approved the proposed changes in March of 2023, and we started the rulemaking process after that. We did not receive any public comments. So we were able to submit the final documents to the Office of Administrative Law, and they were approved and submitted through the Secretary of State on September 7th. So everything's good there, and the effective date is October 1st. So we had our basic course consortium last week. We presented all of the material to them. And so everybody is preparing, changes to lesson plans, things like that, to be prepared for that October 1 implementation. We also emailed them all of the documents on Friday and included the YouTube links to the 2 new videos that were created to support that content so that they can utilize those videos as well. And then attached to the agenda item, we did have the training and testing specifications as well as the draft workbook so that you could see the content. We added approximately 5 pages of content to chapter 5 in that workbook. At this time, I will take any questions you might have.
Chair,
Commissioner Yule.
first of all, thank you for the videos. I thought that they were very well done. And quite emotional too, I might add. And I did review the workbook and the 5 added pages. But I wanted to ask, are there manners in which we can measure or determine if it's being done, or if it's similar to what Dr. Glacier said earlier, if it's a checkbox that you just hit the box and you move on after a few minutes? How do you know if it's being done? How will we be able to determine its value?
Sure. So we do have some processes that we could utilize, one of those being the quality assessment program. We could ask to have them go out and sit through the LD3 training for a few of the academies, and then they could report back to us on how that material was presented. We also, during the basic course certification review process, we interview the class, the senior class at the time. We can add some questions to those that we ask of the class to get at how that material was presented to them. They are very forthcoming to us usually when we interview them. So I think we could gather a lot of information from the students themselves that are sitting through the academy. And that would be easy for us to implement.
So at minimum, Mr. Chair, I would just ask the executive director to possibly do some after course follow-ups just to determine if there's some value. I mean, I don't think anyone wants to just add things for the sake of adding it, but we want to know that it has value and meaning that will take us a step closer to better understanding with new officers when they're in different communities.
And we did not add hours for that content. We didn't want to add hours just to put hours to the course. So we will be following up with presenters to just ensure that the time they have for that learning domain currently is sufficient. If we need to add time for them to be able to spend sufficient time, we can do that at a later date. We just didn't want to throw hours at something and then have it, be not useful for them. So we'll be following up with them on a regular basis to see if we need to add time as well.
Thank you. Any other comments or questions? Commissioner Yule raises the issue of 2 videos that the department has maintained. I think we certainly have time for one, although if everyone's already looked at it, we don't really need to do that. But otherwise, I'd say if we have time to see one of the videos that the department has put together. Can we see one of them queued up? Let's run the one. There's 2, but we'll just watch one.
I was born in Colima, Mexico. We immigrated to the United States in 1976. I was about 45 days old, and we ended up in an avocado ranch, living in a small trailer. At first, it was myself, my mother, my father, and throughout the years, they started bringing my 4 brothers from Mexico. My father worked for the ranch itself. He was the sole caretaker of the ranch. It was, at that time, I believe it was anywhere between 5 to 8 acres. My mother worked as a house cleaner for the owners.
We'd come out and help my dad. We'd walk underneath the trees and help take care of them, pick them when it was time. We'd wear the bag with the folded ends, and you just climb on the ladders and just start cutting them off and throwing them in your bag and then dropping them off at the wooden bin.
I did not know English. The ranch owner's child, she was older than myself. I was her baby. She would call me her baby. She would sit with me and try to teach me English.
this is where the owner's daughter would sit with me on these rocks and she would teach me how to speak English. So I have a fond memory of that. I was one of very few Hispanic children there, and it was hard at first. You get teased, called beaner, and you have lice and that sort of stuff. That was difficult just because you knew you were different. But you didn't want to be. But I think the hardest part was going to that special class where they taught you English, because it was embarrassing. So, because I still remember crossing the border and how hard that was and how risky it was. And the fact that they did that for us was huge. Just seeing them every day just struggle and just putting food on the table. It just made me strive to want more of life and be able to, maybe one day reciprocate that to them when they're older. And so I credit a lot of that determination to that.
I'm very happy for my daughter is now. I'm very happy. I'm very happy. I drive in my car. We come in for the street for in the corner. We stop at the light when the immigration coming on the outside and the right side, coming right there and look at me. And after the light, when they green the light, put in the license after for the stop. I am making the stop over there on the right side, and taking me, taking my wife, we taking a little car over there. We'll wait for the bus, and maybe in 2 hours coming the bus. It take it for San Isidro.
I kind of blame myself. I remember being in the car and I stood up. I wasn't seat belted in. I stood up and there was a patrol car next to us, and I guess they saw me stand up, which caused them to pull us over. And so, at least that's what I remember. I was very young, but that's the portion I remember, and that has stuck with me for so many years. And I just remember them taking my dad away, seeing these men in uniform, taking my dad. I mean, the image is there. I think I just didn't quite understand what was going on at the time. My fourth grade teacher had always remained in contact with me. And she always asked, what is it that you want to do in your life? And at certain points, I didn't know. I kind of had curiosity towards law enforcement. She told me, you have to choose something in your life that you really want to do and follow through with it. Do you know what that is? And at that point, I had made my decision into law enforcement. And so she sat down with me and said, let's look at this. Let's figure it out. And she was very gung-ho about it. She goes, it's a respectable career, is what she said. At the time I was 18. She said, but in Long Beach, they're hiring at 18. And so we actually took a trip to Long Beach to take this exam. And it was an English comprehension exam, being ESL and all. I was kind of like, are we sure? And she said, yeah, let's just go and see how you do. And so she took me up there, and I took the exam, and, you have to wait until you get your results. And, of course I didn't do very well. But she said, that's okay, because we can work on this. We can fix it. And she was just a champion. Being ESL, it's difficult. I took at least 3 written exams for 3 different agencies, and the scoring was roughly about the same.
I took my courses at the community college and, from there, my scores started going up every single time I took the exam and until eventually I got hired. And so I think for my parents, it was a little taken aback because you don't see women in law enforcement. And I think, throughout the years being here in the United States, I don't think they ever saw a female in a law enforcement uniform. It was mainly males. So for them, it was culturally impossible for me to do that. And so I think in their minds, they were like, it's just a phase. They just thought I was crazy. I don't think they thought I was actually gonna do it or complete it.
Por eso aquel policía que es policía, se gana, está peligrando a morir, está arriesgando su vida. Y eso por una parte nos da gusto porque nos cubre, nos está cuidando a todos. Está al tanto para cuidar el pueblo, la ciudad.
Well, when I first started in patrol, there was this huge mistrust in the Hispanic community, mainly because they didn't want to be deported. We had migrant workers who were getting robbed and they were just not reporting it. And it was out of that fear. And, migrant workers don't have bank accounts. They didn't trust the banks. They carried all this money on them. And so they were easy victims. And it was during that time where things started to change, where the sheriff's department started to say, we're not going to be deporting. We want victims to be victims and we want them to report it. And so we can do something about it. And so things slightly started to change. But to get the community to trust you on that was something else. You're talking about years of practice, right? And how are you going to dispel that? And so for me, it was easy for me to just go to the community, a certain area, we used to call it TJ, and I'd just sit there and just talk. I'd say hi to somebody and kind of get me side eye and go, okay, and just start walking faster. But once in a while, I would get somebody to talk back to me and I, start those conversations with them. And, I'd let them know, like, hey, we don't do that anymore. And just kind of getting that message. I'd also do community presentations and talk about that. It started, you started seeing the Hispanic community change the way they thought about law enforcement. And it was great. I mean, just seeing that look in their faces change from worry to like, oh, they feel comfortable and they start telling you things. And once you got the wave and not the figure, you know you're good. And then when I got promoted to lieutenant, then you just kind of go, really? Wow, they made it here. And I took it as being grateful to just, okay, let's do this, let's learn this as a community, the diverse communities out there, different people in different walks of life, understanding different cultures, and just getting out there and just being part of the community and making a change. As small as these changes are in the long run in my career, I feel like they've all helped our department develop and get better. Get past yourself. You can do it. The biggest hurdle is going to be yourself. Don't be afraid to ask for help from anyone. If you're not afraid to ask for help, you're going to find it. We're all family. We all work for different departments. We have different policies, procedures, and whatnot. But ultimately, we all have that same goal, which is we want to do better for our community and we want to help. And that includes each other. Super great. We've had that conversation of where would I be? How they finally made that decision to bring us here? What would I be doing? And we talked about it, and she's like, I don't know what would happen to our family. It's scary to think about, but we were lucky enough to get
Executive Director Alvarez, you want to say a few words about just how this was made and where it's going? How it's being used?
Oh, no, first of all, just to give some thanks to Martha. She's a lieutenant from San Diego Sheriff's. There's a second video, Alicia and Flossie from San Diego PD. They're both on the website. They're the first two female officers in Sacramento area, officers of Sac PD. I believe they came on in 1974. They both happen to be African-American. So you can imagine the challenges they had, and also just very positive, uplifting stories. So just thank you to Felicia, Flossie, and Martha for doing the videos. Also, administratively, to thank the vendor, which was Jesse Delgado from Sacramento, from Marketplace Communications, did it for us on the cheap as kind of a favor. And then former Chief Daniel Hahn from SAC PD helped and actually set the interview questions for them. So a big thanks to all of them for doing them. Now, the goal was really just to, as we do the History of Policing project, to get an inside law enforcement perspective on what's transpired with some individuals, the challenges that they had to go through to become peace officers. It wasn't always like it is today. Obviously, there's still a long ways to go, but it was to give an inside perspective from law enforcement, not simply an outside perspective, how, the community sometimes sees law enforcement. That's what those two videos were about. Love to do more of them as we go through. There's so many different topics and so many different people with different experiences that we'd love to highlight. But we'll see what time, if time prevails, if we have time and if we have money.
Thank you, Mr. Alvarez. I'd really encourage everybody to watch the other video as well, the two African-American women from Sacramento. It's very moving. Thank you, Ms. Hardesty, for your report, and thank you, Commissioner Ewell. I think we, congratulations and thanks is due to Commissioner Ewell, who has been the dogged force behind the getting the history of policing adopted into LD3. So thank you very much, Commissioner. The next item for discussion is number 4 or number 5 in your agenda, which is an SB2 update. Assistant Executive Director Anne Marie Del Munayo and Professional Conduct Northern Bureau Chief Christine Ford will provide a report and an update on SB2, and you have this in front of you as well, some hard copy. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman Long, members of the commission. Good afternoon. We have a really brief PowerPoint, couple of slides here for you that you can refer to. Also, you have them in front of you. At each of the commission meetings, we've provided a very quick update in terms of the administrative work on the Peace Officer Standards and Accountability Division, as well as some of the training implementation and staffing resources that we continue to actively recruit for under the division. You can go ahead and flip the slides, please. Slide. Okay, there we go. Thank you. So as I mentioned, recruitment, we are still actively recruiting law enforcement consultant positions. There are 19 more that are currently under recruitment, in addition to several analyst positions that we're trying to fill within the division. We are still actively recruiting law enforcement consultants as retired annuitants, and that has helped us staff that workforce in lieu of the fact that we've struggled to get full-time permanent law enforcement consultant positions historically. We're seeing more applicants come through at this point in time, so it looks like there might be some relief on the horizon. In terms of training, I think it's important to note we did conduct training for our new Peace Officer Standards Accountability Advisory Board members. There are 5 members currently seated. On August 3rd, we actually conducted in-person training for the board members. They were able to go through an actual mock hearing of a sample misconduct case. We also reviewed our investigation measures, methods, and steps. And we talked to them about conflict of interest provisions, backward keen, et cetera. There is a future training scheduled in December 13th. There is also likely going to be a board hearing in December for our first cases for review for decertification. We are providing specialized regulatory investigative training to our law enforcement consultants. Since this is a unique investigative role, somewhat different than what they might have done at the agency level, we thought it was prudent to provide regulatory investigation training. And that should occur sometime in, I think, January, February of 2024. Next slide, please. Publications. So there was mentioned today, I think, about how are we reaching out and first of all, allowing our officers know, our line staff officers know what Post is doing with regard to decertification, but also the public. There are several brochures in front of you. They're listed here on the screen. We also have most of this information published on our website. And this is really to give folks a quick overview of what happens when an allegation of serious misconduct is reported to Post. What is a peace officer certification? How is that certification issued? And then also, if you're on the receiving end of a serious misconduct report, you receive a notice of intent to revoke your certification. What does that decertification process look like? So that guide is fairly comprehensive, and it's meant to provide that guidance to the officer and to their legal representative. We are currently working on 2 separate videos. One is designed for peace officers that are currently enrolled, and it would be a CPT video on what have we done with the impact of SP2? What have we done as an agency? How do we report what we're doing to law enforcement agencies and the community at large? And then how do we get this information to new officers that are recruits within the academy? So that will be a separate video that we're currently working on with our partners at Digital Outpost. We expect to have those videos in production by February of 2024. And then finally, under the admin report, there are at least 3 pieces of legislation that had some impact to the original version of Senate Bill 2. The first is already in effect, and most of you, we've discussed this at a previous meeting. AB 134 was a trailer bill that changed the California Public Records Act provisions so that if Post receives a PRA regarding an investigation, that PRA would be referred to the law enforcement agency that initiated that investigation and is the custodian of those documents. There's also a current bill that's on the governor's desk, 2 of them, Senate Bill 449. Those are primarily cleanup provisions to SB2, technical in nature. However, one of the more, I would say, important changes in that bill is the original version of Senate Bill 2 only allowed Post to take action on a certification that was valid. That was current. And as most of you know, when you have a proof of eligibility and you leave your agency, that's no longer a valid certification. So we had essentially lost jurisdiction in those cases. This would allow Post to take action on any certification, whether it was expired, invalid, or otherwise under some other status. The final bill, AB 443, is a bill on bias conduct. It somewhat reframes the definition of bias conduct, and it would, if signed, provide some responsibility to Post in terms of developing guidelines for how law enforcement agencies will investigate bias in the future. So both of those, SB 449 and AB 443, are on the governor's desk. I want to mention one other thing before I turn it over to Bureau Chief Christine Ford, and that is that few of the comments in the ACLU letter that you folks received today are going to be covered either in this presentation or in the later presentation when we talk about regulatory compliance. And everything obviously that occurs here in the meeting is a matter of public record. So I just wanted to mention that we are providing these statistics, and we want to make sure these statistics are available to the public. After Christine does a brief overview of the professional conduct case status, I'd like to mention 2 specific areas that I think the commission may want to revisit at a future commission meeting, but I will wait until we talk about the case status. Thank you.
Slide, please. Okay, thank you for allowing me to provide an update from the professional conduct bureaus. These numbers that you'll see on the slide comprise all 4 professional conduct bureaus for the state. As you can see, we have over 20,000 total external reports that have been submitted and received to post by external police departments and sheriff's offices. That number is comprised of over 17,000 agency misconduct reports along with the agency supplemental reports. And that's how you get those two numbers to total over 20,000. It should note that 75% of those reports are retro or are look-back cases. We have over 221 public complaints, and we continue to triage reports for priority. And our professional staff is working on non-actionable retro cases to help clear that backload that we do have. We do continue to offer online Mark 43 training to agencies that still need it. We have closed over 3,600 cases. It's not on the slide, but 92% of those are from retro look-back cases, which have occurred prior to 2023. Our top 3 areas of serious misconduct allegations, as you can see, 38% are for physical abuse, excessive or unreasonable use of force. 27% demonstrating bias, and 12% are abuse of power. Lastly, I just kind of want to cover the status of some of our decertification cases. We have conducted and completed 4 internal post-panel reviews. After those panels, we have a total of 12 cases that are moving forward and have gone through the executive office review. Of those 12, 5 are being prepared right now for notice of intent to revoke letters to those officers. 1 is awaiting criminal case to be resolved. 1 is pending further investigation by post, and 5 are in consultation with our legal bureau. Can I answer any questions that you might have?
I have a question, I guess. What percentage of agencies are responding or have responded?
So I can answer that now, but it's under the separate agenda item on compliance with
Okay, we'll do
regulation.
that.
Would you prefer
Under
to?
compliance, that's fine.
Okay.
Sure, thanks.
So there's one other thing I'd like to mention in relationship to some of these statistics you're seeing today. We've had a fair amount of discussion, great deal of discussion, as a matter of fact, about demonstrating bias. And there are 2 of the 9 acts of serious misconduct that continue to elicit broad discussion amongst law enforcement consultants and our legal team. Generally, we look at acts in terms of the serious nature of the misconduct, and we align our review and analysis with what we believe the intent of Senate Bill 2 was. Of note is there are 2 acts that, under the basic reading of the statute, encompass pretty broad conduct, arguably that may not in all circumstances pose a risk to the public health, welfare, and safety, or otherwise be deemed serious in nature in terms of the subject officer's ability to serve the public responsibly. To that end, I think the commission may consider revisiting a couple of these areas of misconduct by regulation at a subsequent commission meeting that would be agendized for that particular topic. And this would help further clarify the parameters of these areas of serious misconduct. And the 2 that I'm going to mention today, although this is not all inclusive of those areas that may require some further definition, are sexual assault and demonstrating bias. And I'm not going to go into too much detail because, again, I'm just introducing this as a matter that the commission may want to revisit at a future commission meeting. But we really need to look at what the demonstration of bias means. Is there a particular act or conduct that we're looking at that satisfies the definition of demonstrating bias? So I leave this with you to consider whether or not something that you would like to revisit at a future commission meeting. Thank you.
Any comment on Ms. Domenile's forecast? I think I can speak for the commission saying that when we adopted the 9 instances of misconduct and left them largely intact as to what the legislature had dictated, I believe there was kind of a consensus amongst the commission that if experience came to indicate that we needed to do some tweaking of those because of actual cases and so forth, the commission would readily move to a discussion. So that would seem appropriate for the next meeting. That seemed cogent to all? Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Next issue also regarding SB two is our sixth issue out of on consent, or number 9 is Certification Bureau Chief Weiler will continue to dominate the microphone and provide a report on peace officer certification statistics.
Need a permanent seat up here. Yes, so I have, can we get the PowerPoint up, please? There should be 2 slides. As a visual for the statistics that I'm going to share with you. I know the last few meetings, I kind of read them off and it's kind of a lot to take in, so. There you go. So before you are our current statistics for as of August 31st, 2023. These are total numbers. Notices of appointments that we have approved. So those again are new peace officers or peace officers who are lateraling from one agency to another, or perhaps returning to the field of law enforcement. You'll see that that number is currently at 2,070. The number of proofs of eligibility we have issued at this point are 1,623. Again, those are brand new peace officers or peace officers coming into classifications that do not qualify for a basic certificate. And then we have 944 basic certificates that we've issued so far this year. We have had 5,309 affidavits of separation submitted to us. Those are again inclusive of people who are leaving their agencies or retiring in good standing, could potentially include individuals who are leaving to take positions in other law enforcement agencies, as well as those who have been terminated for whatever reason, whether it's misconduct or other causes within the agency, such as not completing probation. We currently have 102,502 active peace officer certifications. And we have 153,986 inactive peace officer certifications. Again, the caveat, because I believe we may have a couple of new members since I last presented these statistics, is that the inactive peace officer certifications is a number that will dates all the way back to the inception of POST. So that number is going to continually be fairly large, relatively speaking. And then again, the active peace officer certifications will be our full-time peace officers as well as our reserve peace officers, jail deputies, and the like. The number of immediate temporary suspensions issued is actually 52. We had one other that was issued in August that was approved by the executive director after these statistics were posted and agendized, but it was signed in August. I'm sorry, it was signed in August. I did not receive that information until after. We have 18 individuals who were disqualified based on the criteria identified in Government Code 1029. The voluntary surrenders, there is also a correction there. That number is 3. We received a voluntary surrender in early September. However, it was dated for August. And generally we maintain those numbers whenever the former peace officer is signing and submitting the surrender. And we have had one official revocation, and that was based on a 1029 disqualification. Next slide. So these are our statistics specifically related to serious misconduct. So far of our immediate temporary suspensions, or I'm sorry, so far of our affidavits of separation, these are the categories that have become the most prevalent. Dishonesty has been the most prevalent cause of agencies terminating someone from employment. That does not necessarily mean it's a dishonesty that after investigation will rise to the level of serious misconduct. Yes.
I have a question. What's the time frame on this?
Oh, I'm sorry. The reporting period for this is June 1st through August 31st. So just this summer.
Thank you.
Sorry. So you'll see dishonesty is our largest number. Again, at the conclusion of an investigation, they may not necessarily rise to the level of the definition of serious misconduct dishonesty. We have yet to have any submissions for participation in a law enforcement gang or failure to intercede. And then again, the caveat for this data is that they may be duplicative. There may be peace officers who have been separated for multiple allegations of serious misconduct. So you may have somebody with a egregious and repeated act that violates the law that is also failing to cooperate with an investigation. Not saying that's an exact example, I'm just providing an example.
Any questions or comments, from Ms. Weiler? Seeing none, we will move to item 7 or number 11, which is a report on government section 1029 regarding intermediate temporary suspensions, ITS. Assistant Executive Director Anne Marie Del Munal will provide a report on the item.
You. Good afternoon again.
I should add, I believe this was a discussion thing suggested by
Correct.
Commissioner Schmidt.
Yes.
Correct? Yeah.
Yes, I think there's been a request for some clarification on the immediate temporary suspensions. We do have a slide, couple slides, if we could pull up the slide on the ITS. So currently, that's the different slide. There's one that's just immediate temporary suspension. A different PowerPoint device. I think this is at a later time. I don't know whose PowerPoint that is. That might be interesting to talk about. And I'll describe what we see in the pictures.
Chris's kids. Chris's kids.
Chris's?
Okay.
All right, so that we don't belabor this, I'll go ahead and just move forward. Currently, since the inception of Senate Bill 2, we've issued a total of 87 immediate temporary suspensions by our executive director. Penal Code Section 13510.8D provides the executive director of posts the ability to place a certification on hold temporarily, pending the outcome of a case. There we go. That's the slide. So there are 3 prongs that we look at in terms of when we issue an ITS. And something I want to note for you folks to know before we go forward is an ITS can only apply to a prospective case. So look back cases cannot be under the immediate temporary suspension. The law did not provide for that, unlike the serious misconduct reporting and essentially decertification. So it's limited to 3 categories. One is an arrest or an indictment or a crime, specifically a felony that's called out for in 1029. The other is if a peace officer is discharged by a law enforcement agency for one of the acts of serious misconduct as outlined in 13510.8. And the other is when a peace officer resigns or separates during a pending investigation into charges of serious misconduct. The law also provides for a discretionary clause, and this is where the analysis comes in by the executive director. The executive director must determine that the temporary suspension is in the best interest of the public health, welfare, and safety. So this leads to perhaps a question and a discussion. When we have someone who has been either indicted or arrested for a felony charge, is that analysis still pertinent? Because there has been a complaint filed by a district attorney or a U.S. attorney has served an indictment and determined that there was probable cause to arrest somebody for a felony charge. So it's formal at that point. It's a matter of public information. It's also something that would probably render a peace officer ineligible to serve until the matter was resolved. So they're placed on administrative leave or they're no longer employed. And there's also the argument that within the formal criminal process, that there's obviously due process built in. The officer's going to have a right to appeal the matter in court. And that should post be intersecting that criminal process by also applying that analysis of whether the public health, safety, and welfare is in jeopardy by virtue of the arrest or the indictment for the felony. So the executive director's analysis of the public welfare is something that in some fashion may have already been resolved through the fact that there has been a formal charge filed against the officer. But what do we do in cases that involved acts or incidents that are unrelated to the duties and responsibilities of a peace officer? And I can give you an example. So I'm going to use Manny's example. I'm outing Manny. So you're at a family
Great
function.
example.
And you and another family member get into an altercation. And it's not physical in nature, but becomes physical. You push the family member, they hit their head, and as an end result, they're either in a coma, unconscious, perhaps worse. There may be charges filed against that individual who's a peace officer. But is that in and of itself related to the conduct of the individual as a peace officer in terms of their ability to continue to work in the profession responsibly and safely? And those are questions that come up in the framework of the ITS. And I'm not asking for you to solve all of this today. But I want to make you aware that in cases where we have a felony arrest or an indictment, it's very likely you are going to see the executive director issue an immediate temporary suspension because there is enough information at that point for us to believe that's the most responsible thing to do in the interest of public safety. It's much more difficult when we look at a resignation or a termination. But I hope, Commissioner Smith, this answered some of your questions about what an ITS is and what it isn't, and I'm happy to take any questions you have.
Yeah, I have no, Commissioner Schmidt, I have no, confusion. I guess I really haven't talked to my colleagues about this other than, with Manny. And this mostly goes for the sheriffs and chiefs, but when you have somebody like you, in my agency specifically, rank and file was put on temporary suspension early part of May. He had already been on admin leave early part of April. So my agency pulls him off paid admin leave because of this letter. And I don't want there to be any confusion that he's already essentially been revoked first part of April. The letter does nothing but formally put the department on notice that what you sent in, Post has acknowledged. Am I right in that? I mean,
It does more than that.
okay.
So you place that officer on administrative leave, which means they're on leave with you. But if Post did nothing, did not,
Right.
issue an immediate temporary suspension, potentially that officer could go seek employment someplace else. And there's nothing that places that certification on hold that would prevent that officer from working somewhere else. Now, granted, an agency doing a thorough background and getting information from the formerly employed department would probably make a responsible decision in that regard. But for the purposes of what the certification represents, there's nothing to prevent that officer from going to one agency to the next unless Post takes affirmative step.
Right. And maybe that's more of a question for Tina or my colleagues next to me who are police and sheriffs. Do you, and maybe executive director, I mean, if you have somebody that is on paid admin leave for a felony crime that they've been charged with, there's an internal affairs investigation going, but then we come into the Post sending a letter, like in this case, it was roughly 30 days later, then that deputy or officer is pulled off of paid admin leave and just put on leave. That's where I think the confusion lies. We had a, kind of a discussion about it, and our stance, from a organization of a labor union was, Post is doing what the law is telling them to do, but you guys have already done this with the exception of what you're saying they can jump, if for some reason they resign and then try to get hired somewhere else. I think that'd be kind of a slippery hill to climb, but I mean, is there something that we can talk about further on that? I mean, I guess I just want some clarity. So the way I looked at these ITS is if you have the agency that doesn't file or doesn't do the internal affairs, doesn't put the person on admin leave, then Post comes in and says, no, they're decertified, temporary suspension for now. And the agency has no choice but to do that.
If I may,
Yeah.
Commissioner Schmidt, I don't know what the responsibilities are for the agencies. To me, it seems like it's an employment issue. There's nothing that I'm aware of in Senate Bill 2 that says they have to be on paid or unpaid admin leave based
Right.
on the action. And I'm sure it varies across the state what each department does, but I can't speak to it. Perhaps the law enforcement folks may.
Yeah, and
Commissioner Nieto, Commissioner Schmidt, that would be an HR question for each individual city or county.
Correct.
Of how they handle that issue if the status changes with the officer.
no, I agree with that. I just don't want the agencies to use post as a backstop for that. You know, does that make sense? Like it was, I guess because you received a temporary suspension letter, then now we're being serious and really pulling this person's peace officer power, but an admin leave would be the same thing, right? With the exception of not hopscotching agencies. Am I following that right?
Yeah,
Yeah.
our concern, I'm sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry, Commissioner Braun, if I understand what you're saying, that, is this outside the normal process than what normally would have happened with an officer, but the post letter,
Right.
the determination by your agency is this person is no longer able to serve as a peace officer, therefore they're put on unpaid leave. Which it feels like it's gonna be a legal challenge from your union
Right.
to your agency or to your city, because everybody's gonna do it differently. I don't know that that was the legislative intent of that. I can't answer that. I'm not a legislator, but that's not how I would do it, but that's not to say that it's wrong.
Commissioner Nieto, you do bring up a good point, and it's probably something that maybe the Cal Chiefs and the Cal Sheriff should probably discuss. And it's going to be individual depending again on the city or the county. But at least start having the conversation on what they're going to do from an human resources standpoint with their departments.
I may, Chair Long, I think it leads to a broader question that Anne Marie posed. When do we issue ITSs? So in this example, it may be clear that the individual is not going to move, right, till this thing gets resolved or whatever. I thought in that one, it might have been criminal charges against the individual. The questions we ask ourselves is, should we be issuing the ITS? The chances are the person's not going to go somewhere, but could they? Could they go from one department to another? Could they, in the middle of it, resign? It really comes with the criminal charges, and really what Anne Marie is kind of posing as a discussion. What happens when there's criminal charges that are completely unrelated to what this person does on a daily basis for their peace officer responsibilities and their felony charges? Should we be blanket issuing an immediate temporary suspension because there are felony charges against that individual and they could, in theory, go to another department while those are pending? And although at times we say, well, that's never going to happen, can happen. And we've seen some, strange things happen. Or should there be a very, very deep analysis of, hey, this criminal charge really has nothing to do with the health, safety, and welfare of the public. Even though it's a felony charge, we should stay out of it. And those are the questions that Anne Marie is posing for a discussion. But I think it kind of goes to the issues that you posed. Should we be issuing an ITS when we know there's a criminal? I thought in that one there was a conviction or a plea agreement already for a felony conviction. Should we be issuing the ITS? So the timing of it is something we talk about all the time. When do we issue that ITS? I'd love to get some feedback.
Any other questions or comments on that issue?
No feedback? There's gotta be some.
We've got,
Come on.
we've got some chief administrators here. Commissioner Brazil.
That's because Manny was staring straight at me like, say something. So I would ask, and again, I'm not part of the decision making, but I'd ask if the officer's convicted of a felony, he's losing his or her status, right? Refresh us on what happens. You issue an ITS, what's the officer's rights for appeal on an ITS?
They actually do have an appeal process built into the immediate temporary suspension. That wasn't called out for in Senate Bill 2. However, we thought in order to be fair, since we are immediately affecting their ability to serve as a peace officer and, perform the duties and responsibilities of a peace officer, there should be some review process, appeal process. Within 15 days of the issuance of the ITS, the officer can respond to the underlying facts that led to the ITS. So they know why their certification has been placed on a temporary hold, and they can respond directly in writing to the executive director. At that point, they can challenge whatever those charges are, and the executive director will review that appeal and then make a decision accordingly. So there is that process built in. But you're absolutely right. If there's then a conviction based on that arrest or indictment, the officer would either be revoked or ineligible to work as a peace officer in California. I think the other thing that's fair to mention here in terms of there's separate responsibility, there's responsibility on the part of the agency to deal with the internal affairs investigation and also issue whatever disciplinary action is appropriate temporarily or long-term. That does not remove post responsibility to the certification. So with respect to the fact that the individual may not be working, they could potentially work. And it still shows an active, valid certification with the state of California. And that may be problematic. The public has a right to know that this individual, or should know this individual, is temporarily suspended from the duties and powers of a peace officer for reasons that fall within post authority under the 9 acts. So I see these two things as separate, while the underlying cause may be mutually shared. The actions are separate actions and they need to remain that way for that reason.
Yeah, I understand that. And I think the public does have a right to be informed on that. I just think, I guess the biggest question is if you put an officer on admin leave, you're essentially taking their peace officer power. Whereas this is taking their peace officer power, but what's the other reach? It seems like they're accomplishing the same thing, but is it more of the publication of it, or am I missing something on that? Because if somebody's put on admin leave for any type of crime, there's still due process that has to go through. But it seems like at the time that this incident happened, due process was being waved out the window because of the letter given from Post. And our argument was that doesn't change anything. What you've done is what you've done. This is just making it more formal now. You don't start, taking other aggressive actions and doing things until that due process is gone all the way through, I guess.
Right, there's a distinction. So from the employment perspective, this is this individual's peace officer's job with this law enforcement agency that's in jeopardy or in question based on the formal action the agency's taking. And then there's a broader licensing action that will happen regardless of even if you terminated this individual. The state of California, so the ITS is very similar to a full decertification process where the state of California will then be taking formal action regardless of whether you terminated this officer, so that this officer cannot regain, if you will, that eligibility at a future date, some other time, perhaps in another state.
Correct. So even if the officer goes through or the agency goes through, terminates the officer, he'll still be a temporary suspension and he or she can then either voluntarily surrender their post or they go through the entire hearing.
Absolutely.
Okay.
I look at the ITS and I think Anne Marie has coined this term. It's a hold. We don't know.
Right.
There's 3 things that are happening. There's criminal charges that are pending. We don't know the outcome. Person may be acquitted, may be convicted. They resigned during an investigation. Investigation's still ongoing, so we don't know the results of the investigation. and we have to review to see what we have, because just because they left in the middle of an investigation doesn't mean that we automatically issue the ITS, or they were terminated for serious misconduct. And there is some finality at the department, but not with us. So we need to make a determination whether we should put them on hold till we decide what we're gonna do in terms of a revocation. So it really is a temporary hold that we should be reviewing fairly quickly after we issue it, to make sure that if we have to lift it, that we should lift it fairly as soon as possible. In response to Commissioner Brazil's question about the appeals, we do get those. I think we're getting approximately, I don't know, 2 or 3 a month to ITSs. We review them, take them very seriously. The reviews take some time. Some of them are very lengthy. The appeals that are being submitted. We've reversed one of our ITSs based on an appeal, and the rest we've maintained. We have another one pending that just came in that we haven't made a determination on, but they are lodging appeals as we issue those. Still
Any-
didn't answer the broader question that I posed, that Anne Marie posed, as well as to what your take is on what we should be doing when there is something that is pending that is really unrelated to their conduct as a peace officer, but there's something out there that may cause a problem.
Yeah, my take on, the reason I asked about the appeal is,
Brazil.
I'm sorry. I'm gonna get scolded. Again, and I'm specifically talking about felonies, is that if convicted, you lose your peace officer status, right? So I think that's fairly clear. You're arrested on a felony, that we start the ITS process. I mean, the DA could drop it the next day, which is by the time we get it, they've already made that filing charge already. And through an appeal process, then may be able to come and say, listen, there's some mitigating facts. The DA's dropped the charge, whatever it happens to be. But when it comes to the felony, it's a felony. I think those are clear, my opinion, those are clear for an ITS, regardless of whether they're directly related to job performance or not. I'm gonna go back to you at your family gathering and you get into an argument, you punch one of your family members, they fall down and hit their head. You get arrested for assault with great bodily injury. That does hurt your status in the peace officer world. I'm assuming that some DAs in some counties may immediately go to Brady based on that arrest. So there's the consequences of that. So I think the ITS for me is cleaner on that, with an appeal that says there's mitigating circumstances. I think where the question is going to be is misdemeanors not related to or related to making that determination. Is it really going to affect the welfare, health, and the welfare of the citizens of the state of California and the community? I think those are going to be your tougher calls in the process. And it goes back to what Commissioner Schmidt said. Some agencies may not put somebody on administrative leave, or they may not take their peace officer powers away. Each agency's got its own formula for doing things on how they do it. I think we're pretty clear in the penal code what SB2 was. And so on felonies and arrest and felonies or indictments on felonies, I think it's fairly clear that an ITS is warranted absent extenuating circumstances to not do one. I think we need to go, that's my default, is it's a felony. And if convicted, you lose your peace officer status. So that's just my take.
Commissioner Nieto. This is off-duty conduct, sir, and it directly relates to the job of a peace officer. And it directly relates to how the public perceives our profession. And I would be amiss to say, oh, well, this doesn't have to do with you as a peace officer, whether it happened on duty or off duty. And I would pose the question, do we look at public members who create crimes and we say, oh, well, it's not as bad because it didn't happen during whatever. So I would say what you're doing, I would support the way you're looking at it. And my recommendation is that if it's a felony, it's a felony, whether on or off duty or related to work or not related to work. It relates to the profession as a whole.
Additional comment? Questions? Seeing none, thank you, Commissioner Schmidt, for instigating a robust discussion.
Anytime.
Issue number 8, also number 7, it's also was in the former agenda. This is number 7. Is a report on compliance with post regulations and whether post has sufficient tools to ensure compliance. This discussion item was suggested by several commissioners and staff as well. Assistant Executive Directors Anne Marie Del Munayo and Jim Brodkow will provide a report on compliance with post regs.
Good afternoon, Commissioner Long and Commissioners. Jim Grodkow, Assistant Executive Director, and here with my colleague Anne Marie Del Munayo. And our report will be focused in 2 primary areas on compliance with post regulations as regard to training and reporting of cases of serious misconduct. So if we can get our first slide up. So I'd like to define what the training areas that we're going to be talking about are continuing professional training, which we call CPT, and perishable skills training, which we call PSPs. So the continuing professional training is training that exceeds the training required to meet or requalify in entry-level minimum standards. It is required for certain peace officer and dispatch personnel employed by post participating departments to maintain, update, expand, and or enhance an individual's knowledge or skills. This includes the training required for perishable skills program. The CPT requirement of 24 hours or more of post-qualified training during every 2-year CPT cycle. Those cycles begin January 1 in odd years, and they end December 31st in even years. Now, the perishable skills program, or PSPs, refers to the psychomotor and communications refresher training required to be completed by all peace officers below the level of middle management, which is normally known as like a lieutenant. The specific topics and hourly requirements of the PSP are described in Commission Regulation 1005 and include tactical firearms, driver training and awareness, arrest and control, strategic communication, and use of force. So if we can move on to the next slide, we will highlight the compliance for the last 3 cycles, which included 2017-18, 2019-20, and 2021-22. We broke up our reporting for both reports in category of 5 different areas, which included agencies the size of 1 to 30, 31 to 100, 101 to 250, 251 to 1,000, and 1,000 plus. For the purposes of this report, we did not name any specific agencies, but summarized the report to include percentages of compliance with, in this case, CPT. So CPT is essentially required for all peace officers and dispatchers. The report that's in front of you is specific to peace officers. So if you look at the years 2017-18, for instance, for agencies the size of 1 through 30 through 101 to 250, we had roughly 94% compliance. After that, it dropped to 91% compliance for agencies that were 251 through 1,000. And then the agencies that were 1,000 plus was at 86, just over 86%. We saw a slight drop in all those areas, 2019 to 2020 and 2021 to 22. It came up slightly. We attribute that probably most likely to COVID and some other issues associated with availability of training. But certainly we saw a trend that the smaller agencies tend to be better compliant than the larger agencies in general. Before I move on to perishable skills, is there any questions on the CPT numbers? So moving on to the next slide, the CPT numbers, which again, PSP numbers, which again are generally for less than a lieutenant or middle manager. So those numbers again they are less. The percentage of compliance is certainly less. So 2017-18, we saw in the 80s, so 82 to 88% for your small to medium sized agencies. It actually raised for agencies 251 to 1,000, and then dropped significantly again for the larger agencies over 1,000. We saw that number drop considerably again during 2019-20, consistent with the percentage drops with the CPT in general. And then we saw a slight uptick, not back up to the numbers before in all cases, but we did see an elevation back to similar numbers to prior to COVID. The discussion that we are obviously have to have is a couple of issues. We do annual compliance or audits with the agencies. Our regional consultants will go out and they will make contact with the agencies, run reports to ensure they understand where they are at and giving them every opportunity to be aware that their training requirement is in effect and that they have to meet that requirement. The training requirement is for that cycle only. So if training is obtained before that cycle or after, you cannot apply it to a previous or a future cycle. So it must be obtained in that area. There are reasons why some agencies may not be in compliance. And that could be officers are on some kind of a leave like medical, military, could be pending termination or some other reason. But in general, the requirement should be, and we should be focusing somewhere near 100%. So some of the questions and the concerns that exist is we really don't have a significant authority to take any kind of action on agencies that are in compliance and not in compliance, other than putting them on a written notice that of what their numbers are. So that's the number, that's the information regarding the training. And I'll turn it over to Anne Marie for compliance with reporting. Unless you have any questions.
Let's see if there's any questions for compliance before we go to SB2. Commissioner Gordon.
I'm just going to speak from personal experience to note COVID was very challenging. So I think that is reflective in some of the PSP numbers, especially a lot of the hands-on. And I also think some of the changes that Post made where agencies were trying to get their courses recertified and meeting the standards of all the new use of force also played into some of that for many, many agencies. So I want to state that publicly because I don't want it to become a perception that I understand there's some agencies that may not just be complying, but there are some other reasons that don't just show up in a spreadsheet when it comes to these statistics. Because I can tell you from being in two different agencies that were very proactive about what we're doing at our PSP, we face some significant challenges in both of those cycles.
Thank you. And you're correct. We did add the use of force PSP. I think it was halfway through the cycle. And the decision was made to do that at that time. And that did probably put some agencies in a position where it was more difficult to get that training, without a doubt. Any other questions?
I have a question. I have a question for my chief and sheriff colleagues and as well as for you, Jim, and executive director Alvarez. Is there some type, you guys have any sense of what a good benchmark number would be? Obviously, it's hard to say it should be, 92 or 84 or something, but what would you as administrators feel an appropriate benchmark would be? And then the same question to Post. Do we have any experience with other states or any goals?
I can just tell you from a perspective of how many officers we have IOD, how long tend to be extended IODs, which is injured on duty. So that means they're off of work completely. Plus you have officers who are light duty, which can go an extended period of time. I think probably if you hit a 90% mark overall, that would be probably an exceptional mark because there's no way to account for specifically those injured officers in that number. They count against you, so to speak, when you get audited. So I think if you're above 85%, you're probably at, and I'm just kind of thinking there's no scientific method to the number I'm giving you, and my colleagues may have a difference of opinion, but for me personally, if you're seeing above an 85%, you are doing a good job. And if you're hitting that 90%, that's probably exceptional because you only, probably have a couple. And remember, when you're looking at percentages, your smaller agencies, right? If you have one officer who's not in compliance, what that does to your percentage. So I think it is all relative.
I tend to agree with you. And in that comment, we're not trying to say that the numbers aren't right or it should be higher or less. I think our primary concern is, should we have some regulatory authority to take some kind of action or put some responsibility on agencies to identify why they're not in compliance? Whatever that percentage might be that that we're not familiar with, because again, we're not privy to the personnel issues that come along, who's off on administrative leave, who's off on medical or military leave. And so, nor should we be, that's a personnel issue. But possibly in our conversations that we've had internally is, should we have a mechanism in place? Should we have a regulation of some sort that would allow us to put notification to the agency and require some kind of notification back as to what actions have been taken, what the reasons why? If we start to see a pattern with agencies that they're the same agencies not having compliance, maybe the same officers aren't going to training. Should there be some action that we could take against the organization or not? And that's something really we wanted to pose to the commission to get your feedback to see, what your opinion is on as far as the commission.
Mr. Brazil.
A couple observations. One, before I started looking at the data, I was same thing as what Commissioner Gordon said. Well, the smaller agencies are going to come out at the lower end because of just the numbers. But if you look at CPT, the biggest agencies are at the bottom, or the worst. And then when you go to the perishable skills, which is more in line with what I thought, is that maybe the smaller agencies suffer a little bit more. But again, the largest agencies in the state are at the bottom of completing it. So I like the idea of having the hammer, but I also would like the carrot. To particularly with the smaller agencies, when it comes to perishable skills, what can we do to help you get your numbers up? The bigger agencies, it might be just more accountability, because even then, if you've got, you're a big agency and you've got 100 people on IOD, you're a huge agency with 7,000 people. That's a small percentage. So finding out the why is probably the first thing we should do. And I'm not focused on the percentages, so to speak. I'm focused on where they rank. Because again, COVID's going to be an issue. You're going to always have people gone. But why is it that the biggest agencies in the state are rank at the bottom on both categories when it comes to percentages? That, to me, that's a big red flag. Because they're the ones with the most flexibility to get the training in. So what is it that's going on that we can help them help themselves? So.
Thank you, sir. Yes, I agree. Thank you, sir.
Commissioner Braun.
As a smaller agency, I'm 25 sworn. If I'm 27, if I'm fully staffed, so one person out, that's going to be a huge hit. But if there were a way to set a goal, a 95% goal, while also accounting for who's on military leave, who's on IOD leave, who's on admin leave, so that you could filter those numbers out. These people wouldn't be able to complete the training. So of who's able to complete the training, who has completed the training, if there was a way to report that. I don't know if that's adding an extra layer to it, but I think that would give a clearer picture of how you're actually doing.
I think if you look at what the emphasis we put on training and how important it is, and how oftentimes the right training and adequate training may keep people out of OSAD or SB2 because they are properly trained and make better decisions. I think it's oftentimes difficult to say we'll shoot for a number of 90% or of the people that are not off on some kind of leave, because should we not be focusing on a number of 100%, obviously? And I realize that's not always realistic, and there's reasons why people may come back 3 weeks before the end of the cycle after being off on a maternity leave, for instance, and there's no way to get them to training. A smaller agency may not have the resource to do that, where a larger could send them straight out the first day back. And so, again, it's for dialogue. We've had lots of discussion internally to discuss whether we should put the burden back on the agencies to report back, and whether the commission feels that that's appropriate use of their authority to do so. We do know now that when we make a report of that, and that report certainly could be a public report if requested, there's not necessarily a lot of teeth imposed on the enforcement side of that. It's strictly notification primarily. So.
Well, I think even just the public report, though, puts the agency on notice, because if the public is aware that you are training or you are not training your employees to the standards set by post. So even just the public reporting, I think, would have some effect.
Nieto? Yeah, I agree that there has to be some mechanism to take out those people that agency leaders don't have control over, the different types of leads that affect these numbers. And I say this from somebody who was with a very large agency, one of the biggest, who then went to one of the smallest agencies, and now I'm back to the medium-sized agencies or whatever they are. there's a lot of factors. I would hope that before we come back with stuff that we take a look at the data again. Maybe we break it up into bigger chunks, look at longer cycles. So there is some statistical significance, since we were talking about statistics earlier, to say what should be the average? What should be your numbers? Because the question was asked, do we say a percentage? And the percentage may not be the same for a large agency as it would be for a small agency. And that's why you want to break up the data, look at longer numbers, to look at what that bell curve is and what's out of the bell curve. So I would ask that we would do that first, before we start saying, should we take some type of action? But I also agree that public reports, they're public. And so, just the embarrassment sometimes brings people into compliance.
Well, and
Commissioner Gordon?
I would say that the carrot at this point is probably the most important piece. As agencies struggle to fill their vacancies, that dramatically impacts everyone's ability to send to training. And also to recognize, besides PSP, the amount of mandatory training that's not covered in that 24 hours of PSP that each agency is trying to do is pretty extraordinary at this point. And we as a commission and other bodies continue to, and the legislator, add more mandatory training. So I think it does need to be taken in the full context. And I do agree that the carrot at this point, is a good approach. And I also agree with the fact that these reports being public, we're all under public scrutiny. There are, lots of organizations paying attention, and we all risk a whole lot by not, because that's where that liability piece comes in. So I would encourage us as a body to really look at breaking down the data and how we can provide the carrot.
And if I could clarify, we don't publish the reports. They're subject to Public Records Act requests. So we aren't currently, and maybe that's a suggestion by the commission, that would be something worth doing, is actively publishing them so that they are forward facing. And I'm not suggesting that. I'm throwing it out there. That's what I may be hearing in this conversation.
I would speak up. I would suggest that publishing would be a great idea. I think most successful public policy has at least a couple legs. One is incentives. Everything's based on incentives, whatever you're going to accomplish, incentives. And the second is transparency. And both of those seem to me to be within grasp. It is something hopefully you guys could look at. And off of that question, do we have lessons to be learned from other large states? Have any other large states entered into this conundrum? Dealt with this that we're aware of successfully?
Yeah, they all seem to do it differently, but some do temporarily suspend individuals, so to speak, for not completing their training. I'm not sure precisely how they all do it. I have some ideas, but I think I should caution in saying that I know how they all do it, but I know some do. Also, just would like to throw in one additional factor, if I may, that wasn't brought up, that we've talked about, that may throw the numbers off for the large agencies. So some of these large agencies operate large custodial facilities, and those individuals from a training standpoint fall under the BSCC and STC, not under post. They may be getting their post training, but you have to factor that in. We don't know who's working in the jail and who's working on the street. So you may see some sheriff's departments with significantly lower numbers, and that's a factor that also has to be articulated. The challenge is some of this, we have had Public Records Act requests for some of this information, and educating the media and everybody who asks is a challenge, because they see 80% and it's like, oh my God, they're 20% non-compliant. But you have to take all these other things into consideration that we all see at times, but sometimes the general public or the media doesn't see.
In compliance, non-compliance could be missing one out. I mean, this report is derived is if you fail to meet just 1 hour, you will arrive on this report that was generated regardless. So the report doesn't clarify really whether you went to no training in this particular case, or you went to 23 of 24 hours.
I have, Brazil, I have a
Brazil.
question. So are the hours, this is good to know, are the hours reported by the individual employee? So Rick Brazil misses an hour of training, it shows Rick Brazil missed an hour of training.
That's correct. So these are drawn from ADI, from individual profiles associated to each agency.
Do we have a exempt from training due to military leave, things like that box? Or assigned to the jail? Because I didn't even dawn on me that you've got folks that go to a jail that fall under STC that, and they may not be sending them. So is that maybe something we might want to consider to get more accurate numbers?
I think it's something worth considering. I think the difficulty there is accuracy. As agencies have people come back online, they would have to actually go back into EDI and make a change. If they were out, if they were in the jail, they'd have to make a change that they don't currently do. And so the concern there would be whether they're going to keep up on their reporting. It's probably challenging enough now to get them to accurately to update EDI on a regular basis for everything from promotions to hirings to trainee versus officer. And I think that's certainly something I think worth looking into, and I appreciate the suggestion. I just wonder if that's going to create more kind of havoc for the field to try to track that.
I can't speak for I'm not a department head anymore, but
Sure.
if you kept me out of media that I wasn't sending the people training because I had a legitimate drop down menu, I'd be making sure we check the drop down menu box. To say, I'm sorry, but I've got 3 people deployed and they haven't been in country for 18 months and I just can't send them. I'd make sure those drop boxes got checked. Versus having to explain the individual details. So that's just me though.
Would it be fair for my colleagues, what I'm kind of hearing is several things, for lack of a better term, calling what Commissioner Brazil has just brought up, some type of metrics. Would it be, seems to me we could ask you folks to come back at the next meeting with, it doesn't have, not a solution. This is not an overnight solution, but maybe a report based on what other states do, based on the metrics, the kind of stuff Commissioner Brazil's talking about, potential incentives and transparency. Just to take a thoughtful look at it. Not a final solution or anything, but something you can report back to us on all the discussion we've had here today. Is that, again, I'm talking about metrics, incentives, transparency, other states. Are there other points here that I missed that we should throw into your grab bag? That seem fair?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Other questions or comments? Then I think what we're going to do now is we need to take a break for Kathy, but as we do that, we're going to jump again to closed session. So if everyone could just hang here for a minute while everyone else exits, and we're going to talk just a minute about transportation this afternoon.
The second half of our agenda item.
I know, we're still going to take the break. We're taking the break.
Okay.
So we're taking a break right now, but let's begin closed session so everyone can exit to save as much time as possible. Yes, I know you, we're still going to break. Close it up.
The report.
All right, we're back in open session.
So in closed session, we discussed litigation matters and the executive director's performance evaluation.
We didn't quite finish the last one, so we did compliance. We're back on item 8/7, which is the report on compliance with post regulations, part 2, SB2, with Assistant Deputy Director Del Munayo.
Thank you. So if we can pull back up the slides we had previously. This is agency reporting, as Jim mentioned, same kind of category of agencies, and the compliance reporting for agencies reporting serious misconduct. Here, though, we have a difference in terms of whether or not this is compliance, or when you have such a small agency that you have less than 30 peace officers, they may not have a serious misconduct case to report. And I think Commissioner Braun raised her hand. So that doesn't mean a failure to comply. That is just that they have not submitted a report. Of note, I think something that's notable here is different from what we saw in PSP and CPT. The largest agencies are reporting at 100%. So representing about half of the peace officers in the state of California, 41,899, we have 100% reporting from those agencies. Now, that doesn't mean that they're reporting respective of their size, right? So if you have a really large agency that has, let's say, 5,000 peace officers and they've only submitted one report, arguably they may be underreporting. But this just gives you an idea of the size of the agency, the number of peace officers employed by that agency or agencies within that framework, and then the number of serious misconduct reports. So I'll answer any questions you may have.
Questions, comments? Let's take a look. Just give us a minute to take a look at the numbers. While the numbers, I'll comment, I think while the numbers look better than the CPT and PPS and so forth, I do think there's an added element here that I think I do believe the legislature will be not wild about the response in terms of overall, especially if we could factor in just how many reports we're getting as opposed to 1 or 2 per agency. I think there's a general lack of understanding of post's ability to force compliance on all these areas. And so I think it probably warrants a little bit of a deeper dive. I tend to think it's a much better to play a little defense, and try to figure out if there's a way to enhance compliance on this issue as well. I think that the sponsors of SB2 would be somewhat chagrined and appropriately to see what the actual compliance is. So I think it behooves us to think about it.
Thank you.
Anyone else?
Just a question. Do we reach out to the agencies that have not reported?
Yes, we regularly make contact with agencies that we have not received reports for, to ask if it's a training issue, do they need help with Mark 43? Do they not have the number of licenses they may need in order to get the reporting done? Or is someone left their agency that did their reporting in Mark 43 and they haven't registered the new person? Because that's also come up. I think to Commissioner Long, Chairperson Long's comment, if you look at 40,000, over 40,000 peace officers, and there's almost 10,000 reports of serious misconduct, that's a fair number of reports for that population. So I don't know that it's, at this point, we could say there's underreporting. I think there are probably some agencies that are still catching up. We know there's agencies that didn't completely finish the look back case reporting on June 30th. And are still trying to, put all of that information into our data system. So I think it's going to be a few more months, if not maybe sometime early next year, that we'll see a true indication of whether this is just a non-compliance issue versus agencies gearing up and ensuring that those reports are entered accurately in Mark 43.
I would agree with that. It is, however, beyond the statutory debt.
It
It is
is.
a statute. We're not dealing with a similar issue with PPS and so forth. And I think that this is a pretty substantial underpinning of the whole SB2 effort is the reporting. So less so with the training, for example, with the numbers that we saw. So I would hope that, you know, we keep thinking about this and looking into it deeper because I think I don't think it's gonna go away. Commissioner Brazil.
Is there any, I don't recall in the legislation, any attestation requirement for chiefs and sheriffs to attest every year that they've reported everything under SB2?
No, there is no attestation requirement for reporting serious misconduct.
Is that something we might want to consider? And it goes back to kind of the smaller agencies, instead of hounding them, are you entering it? They just every year, the chief or sheriff says, I've had nothing that met that requirement. And then we can check the box and say, we've confirmed through. I mean, they're swearing that they did
Yeah.
that and it might, so we're not bugging people all the time.
They're, for the most part, pretty grateful that someone's reaching out to them and offering assistance to get them, to help them report. I don't think we've had but maybe a few occasions where kind of like, we get it, leave us alone. I think it's more or less staffing, change in personnel. And then for the smaller agencies, they just haven't had an occasion to report yet, which is a good thing. But I don't know if it's something we can look at by regulation, creating some sort of attestation statement for agencies that have not had a serious misconduct report to enter into Mark 43. And then at least we would know it's not a matter of perhaps ignoring the law, but it's that they're aware of it and they just have not had that case come before them.
Other comments from anyone? Thank you, Ms. Delmonario and Mr. Petco. Thank you very much. The ninth item, number 2 in the original agenda is a report on the post-strategic plan implementation update. Staff Services Manager Katie Strickland will provide an update for us. Ms. Strickland. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Long. Good afternoon, Commissioners. So today I'm going to give a brief status update on the strategic plan, progress showing you from 2022 to present day in 2023. Next slide, please. So the strategic plan, the 2021 strategic plan was approved by the Commission at the September 1st, 2021 meeting. Since then, post staff have provided the Commission with a yearly status update. Post staff continue to work on the plan and the implementation team still meets on a bi-monthly basis to keep track of the progress of the plan. Out of the 120 action items that are within the plan, as of September 15th, 48 of the action items are completed or ongoing. 2 action items are partially completed. 47 items are in progress, 6 are on hold, 7 canceled, and 10 items are remaining. Next slide, please. So here you'll see a chart that kind of brings this side-by-side comparison. Overall, we've made great progress on the plan. This just shows the comparison between 2022 and 2023. So as you can see, the number of remaining items has gone down drastically and the percentage of completed and ongoing that has gone up. So I think the next slide will show kind of more in depth. So sorry. Overall, there's been a 14% increase in the number of items completed. We've had a 4% increase in the number of items in progress, a 17% decrease in our remaining items left in the plan. And then our overall progress, 81% of the plan has already been touched upon or addressed. So we're in pretty good shape. So as I mentioned, the implementation team still needs to keep track of the progress of the plan, and staff will continue to work on the items that remain until the next plan is implemented. The current plan is expected to be updated again in 2025, and staff will begin working on a new plan beginning in 2024. Any questions?
Seeing no questions, Thank you for the report, Ms. Strickland. Thank you. Agenda item is a report by Executive Director Manny Alvarez on post-workforce diversity stats. It's based on a commission request for an annualized report.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We could bring the slide up for number six. There it is, right there. There we go. So a few years ago, the commission asked that we produce yearly diversity stats in terms of our workforce. We usually do that in the month of September. Unfortunately, part of the screen is slightly covered there, but the workforce diversity stats have really not changed in the last year. If you compare them to the previous year, although we have more people on board, they're still kind of static. The other item of note, which is listed in the agenda item itself, Cal HR is constantly changing the criteria. So you can't compare one year to the other. For instance, Asian is now broken down into what, 6 different criteria. Last year it was a different number, so it makes it hard to make a comparison. But those are our workforce diversity stats for this year as of about 3 weeks ago. And then maybe we go to the next slide just for comparison purposes. And I apologize, this one's a little bit blurry because it's a cut and paste. Can you go to the next slide, please, if it's up? And that was last year, this time last year, with 136 staff members. So about the same. Okay. Answer any questions?
Thank you, Mr. Executive Director, and those numbers are in your agenda as backup as well. Second to the last report. It's a report on a post-executive office project to develop a solution for electronically submitting background investigation files for compliance review. Staff Services Manager Kimberly Lyons will provide a report on the project. Thank you, Ms. Lyons.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Chandler, would you mind pulling up my presentation, please? Post is currently developing an efficient solution for both the post-participating and the non-post participating agencies that are required to obtain a proof of eligibility to electronically submit background investigation files to Post for compliance review. Next slide, Chandler, please. Within Post, the Training, Delivery, and Compliance Bureau is separated out into 10 regions throughout California. Each region has one law enforcement consultant assigned to that specific region to conduct Post annual audits of the background investigation file. This is predominantly done manually, in which the law enforcement consultant travels within their respective region to manually review each individual file for compliance with Post regulations, along with California regulations for compliance. On average, we Post law enforcement consultants, they've audited roughly 7,200 files per year since 2019. And in this year alone, today from January 1 calendar year through August 25th, the law enforcement consultants have already audited 476 of our 608 post-participating agencies. We are slated to go exceed the 90% audit rate this year. Next slide, please. On average, since 2019, 10% of the files reviewed by our law enforcement consultants have either not been in compliance or missing specific data paperwork within the background investigation file. And most recently this calendar year, there have already been over 5,000 background investigation files reviewed of both peace officers and public safety dispatchers. And of those files reviewed, there have been 827 either missing items or files not in compliance. with, and I brought the data as well to support as far as a majority of the documents missing within those files included items such as social media checks, medical evaluation reports, and the DOJ fingerprint clearance within the file. Next. I'm going to tie in the data from the Training, Delivery, and Compliance Bureau with Michelle Weiler's Certification Bureau data that she previously reported. Michelle previously reported, Bureau Chief Weiler previously reported Q2 data regarding new appointments within our EDI database. I'm reporting year-to-date data from January 3rd through August 25th. 508 agencies have added over 5,000 new appointments within our EDI platform. Of those roughly 5,300 new entries, approximately 6% were either denied due to lack of eligibility as a peace officer, returned due to the attestation not being completed, or expired, which means that the attestation was returned to the agency, but the agency did not rectify the form or the issue within the 14 calendar day allotment to rectify the form. Next slide, please. So using the information from the TDC law enforcement consultant background review along with the certification bureau data, Post is currently looking at options to streamline the background review process by consolidating the workload of both the LEC manual review process of the background along with the certification side. One of the proposed solutions is potentially modifying our existing EDI platform. So when an agency enters a new appointment into EDI, in lieu of or in addition to uploading the attestation of the appointment, the agency will potentially upload the background investigation file for an immediate review. Currently, certification on average with the new appointment data that I previously reported, the 5,300 new appointments, that roughly averages to 32 new appointments being processed daily by the Certification Bureau. So in an ideal world, we will potentially review 32 background investigation files daily prior to issuing the proof of eligibility to the agency. In July of this year, Post disseminated a survey to the heads of agencies soliciting information regarding automated platforms and which agencies are currently using an automated platform. Of the 70 agencies that responded, 20 of the agencies are already using a digital platform in some format. We sent the survey out because we want this to be a collaborative effort with the agencies as we move forward with digitizing this process. And we will continue to collect information from agencies. So once we develop an efficient platform, it will be an efficient transition over to going digital with the review process. So as we move forward with exploring and automating this process, we'll continue to keep the commission apprised of significant milestones. Currently, we're still in the research data phase, just looking at what our current workload is and how we can potentially modify our existing platforms, or if EDI is not a feasible option, looking at alternative platforms that can act as the conduit to get us this information so we can more efficiently review background investigations more swiftly than we currently are right now. So at this point, I will, do you have any questions? Or if I can provide any additional information?
Mr. Gordon.
I understand the concept. I would say from a practical sense, my suggestion would be in order for this process to be successful versus surveys, probably need to really engage your training managers, because the process of a training manager from an agency having to scan and upload a background if it is currently manual, and then that review process at Post prior to us being able to appoint someone, and we're working on really finite timelines with one of our academies also. You may become very unpopular and not with very good intentions. So my recommendation would be really, I think this would be really valuable for a lot of different reasons, but I do think there needs to be a really deep dive in how that occurs, because like I said, if you've seen what the current background packet is, and we are all in a learning process with all of the new requirements, because, you know, the social media and all the different pieces and all the expectations of the checks. And I think there is also, with the amount of new regional consultants, there's also a learning process with that. So, you know, when you have a background packet that is literally 3 inches thick and you're scanning all of that in, and for larger agencies, I mean, that's a lot of background packets. And for a smaller agency, you know, there's also limited resources. So I would just highly encourage, I appreciate the concept and I think there's a lot of value to it, but I would like to see a really robust outreach and working together with agencies to try to come up with a solution for this.
Absolutely. Thank you.
If I may, Mr. Chair. So there's three things that we really want to hit on as we're kind of developing some kind of a plan. As Kim just mentioned, we're early in the research phase, but there's kind of three things that we really are keying in on. One is labor. So we're completely aware, and we've been having discussions that we can't cause more labor on the field to do this. And, you know, obviously we don't want to cause labor on our side as well. So having a laborious process is not something that we're not mindful of. We're definitely mindful of that. The other aspect of it is security of the data, because it is very sensitive data, and as it's transmitted, if we lose it, then that is a problem. And then the last piece is storage, because we don't want to store the data. So we want to review it and get rid of it permanently forever, so we don't own it. So we would basically just have it for a very, very short period of time. So those are the three things that we're trying to really have a lot of discussions about as we try to move forward. But we do want to be mindful of what you said, Commissioner Clark. for sure.
Any questions or comments? Any follow-up? Thank you very much, Ms. Lyons.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. Our last report. Staff Services Manager Katie Strickland is back up to provide us a report on the Office of Public Affairs.
Hello again. So in June of 2023, Post officially launched the Office of Public Affairs, also known as OPA, within the Executive Office. So OPA was established in an effort to establish consistent messaging to Post's external communications, and OPA ensures all important relevant information to the public is disseminated in a cohesive, accurate, and timely manner. Next slide, please. So the core functions of OPA, main responsibilities include project management support, which includes OPA acts as a project manager for all external communication documents, channeling those documents through internal workflows. OPA is responsible for communication support for bureaus, ensuring all public-facing documents are communicated with post-approved messaging and formatting. Media relations, OPA handles all media requests and inquiries, and brand consistency. So OPA ensures that the Post brand is being used consistently through all external communications. Next slide, thanks. So a couple of projects that OPA works on in addition to those responsibilities is one of them is called Critical Mention. It's the media monitoring platform that we've established and are working with that we use to track mentions across broadcast and online and print news. We track mentions of Post, CA law enforcement, police misconduct, and other related items. And we do this on a daily basis, kind of combing through all the articles and seeing what's happening in the media. Additionally, we have weekly reports that are provided to the Executive Office, all the bureau chiefs, and the Legal Affairs Bureau to keep upper management in the loop of what's been circulating in the media. And next, we also have our communications plan, which was included attached in the agenda item. So over the last several months, we've been working on this communication plan to clearly define the priorities and tactics and tools Post is going to use when communicating with the public and Post staff. So I think the next slide. So in order to create this plan, OPA created 2 surveys. There was an internal survey that was sent out to Post staff and an external survey that was sent out to the field through our email platform service. So we had more than, and the goal was to just gather information to see, what Post's current communication methods, how they were doing, and where we could improve. We had more than half Post staff at the time complete the survey, and then more than 2,600 participants from the field complete the external survey. Next slide, please. And from those results from the survey, OPA developed 4 priorities for this communication plan for both internal and external. So the first priority, lead strategic communication efforts, basically work directly with Post staff to ensure our communication efforts, objectives, and outcomes align with the goals of the organization. 2, provide open and timely communication. Make sure to share accurate information both internally and externally promptly through a variety of communication channels. 3, ensure a well-informed community. Keep Post staff and the public informed of relevant Post news, including effectively creating a public understanding and awareness of Post services and products. And 4, provide measurements of progress and success. Track metrics to evaluate communication efforts and effectiveness in order to guide future communication projects and programs. So each of these 4 priorities has several tactics that accompany them as in the plan. And each of these tactics are also outlined in the implementation that's included at the back of the plan. Most of these items are, some of them are already in progress already. The goal is to hopefully complete them within the next year or so. So yeah, if there are any questions or if anybody would like me to go into more details of the tactics included, please let me know.
Anybody dying for more detail? Speak up. Katie, I think you're home free.
Thank you.
Any comments or questions? We move now to old business. There is no old business. So we move to new business. Executive Director Alvarez will introduce a proposed appointment of a new advisory board member, Police Services Manager Chella Cottrell of the Citrus Heights Police Department. I believe she's a dispatcher, correct?
Correct.
Executive Director Alvarez.
So we received a letter from the chief of Citrus Heights Police Department, Chief Turcotte, nominating Police Services Manager Cottrell to the advisory board. She is a dispatch supervisor. She recently completed SLI training and is very engaged in, or was engaged in the development of the new dispatcher course. We lost our dispatcher representative from the advisory board approximately 9 months ago. So this would be a replacement for that vacant position. Recommend that you can give her strong consideration. She's an outstanding candidate for the position. She's a current dispatch supervisor and very active.
Any questions regarding Ms. Cottrell's appointment? Is there a motion? Brazil. Is there a second? Is there objection to unanimous consent? Any abstentions? Seeing none, the motion to appoint Ms. Cottrell to the advisory board is approved unanimously. Future commission dates, upcoming commission meetings will be held November 29th to 30th, West Sacramento, March 6th, 7th, 2024, location TBD, June 5th and 6th, 2024, West Sacramento. I believe we have exhausted the agenda. Is there anything anyone would like to add? Any comments, any questions?
Commissioner Nieto, I know everybody wants to go home, but this has to do with, when we were looking at the background stuff, and I'm sorry, it came to me while I was listening to other things. Does Post have any, requirements if they got files electronically. Manny talked about storage, but is there a requirement by the state to hold on to those for a certain amount of time? That'd be my only question when looking at that.
I'm not aware of a requirement that we maintain. If, Toby, if the question is, if we were to collect background investigations electronically, is there a requirement in the state that would require us to maintain copies of those background files? I don't believe there is.
I don't believe so either. I don't believe that's subject to the SB two, and we've been talking about, obviously with the budgetary trailer bill language, we're not required to turn that over to everybody.
I believe there is, and as Toby mentioned in the trailer bill, because they are personnel files, we've always thought that those personnel files are not subject to a PRA request to you all or to post, but that language is added to the trailer bill just in the interest of caution. So I think we're okay. It's really the electronic piece is the complex part for us.
No. Is there anything else? Anyone else? Seeing nothing, do we have a motion to adjourn? For a second? Objection to unanimous consent, seeing none, we are adjourned. Thank you, everyone.